got a heart of stone, you can never fear. You say, oh, I'm not afraid. I drank before. Hold on, I'm getting water. Yeah, Sinead O'Connor died at the age of 56. It's very, very, very devastating. She had a lifelong battle with mental health, mental illness, and it's not confirmed how she died. However, hold on. However, she had posted on a now deleted Twitter account on July 17th. God damn it, why does it always do this? Her last post on social media gave fans insight into her emotional struggles since her son Shane died by suicide at 17 in 2022. In a tweet on July 17th from a now deleted Twitter account she started, O'Connor, who died age 56 on Wednesday, wrote, "Been living as undead night creature since. He was the love of my life, the lamp of my soul. We were one soul in two halves. He was the only person who ever loved me unconditionally. I am lost in the bardo without him." The Irish musician had shared the news of his death at the time in a series of tweets. "My beautiful son, Naveem Nesta Ali Shane O'Connor, the very light of my life, decided to end his earthly struggle today and is now with God. May he rest in peace and may no one follow his example. My baby, I love you so much. Please be at peace." So it's not confirmed how she died. Her family, though, put out a statement that they are devastated. It seemed by the statement that it may have been of her own doing. We are not sure yet. I'm sure that more details will be announced in the coming days, but it's very heartbreaking. She was... Yeah, I mean, I know it seems like she said, "May he rest in peace, may no one follow his example." That was from last year when he died, and on July 17th is when she wrote in a now deleted Twitter account about how she basically is just completely lost without him. So yeah, I'm not going to confirm anything, but she had a lifelong struggle with mental health. It's very sad either way. So we are doing a tribute for her tonight. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to wait until a little later. This camera needs to be... I'm gonna wait until later in the stream to do the Sinead O'Connor tribute because there is a lot to cover on her. She had a lot of just really iconic moments throughout her time here on Earth, where she is legendary for truly being a person who did not give a fuck what people thought of her. And in fact, she really was the embodiment of punk culture because she rejected conformity. She rejected anybody who thought that she should act a certain way. She was really one of the only voices in the music industry, really just in general, to constantly be speaking out for marginalized groups. She really was ahead of her time. Obviously, we're going to cover the SNL performance that most people, when they think of Sinead O'Connor, they think of her shaved head. They think of the SNL performance, and then they may also think of the fact that later in life she actually converted, or as she says, reverted to Islam. So we're going to cover her. We're going to talk about how really she was always ahead of the times and was crucified for it, to say the least. So, but we'll do that later. We're gonna talk about some strike age update. There's an article in the New York Times about influencers being left sidelined and confused. So we'll look at that. Obviously, we got to talk about the UFOs, or the UAPs, what is it? The unidentified anomalous. Wait. That's the term that they officially use. It's unidentified aerial phenomena. Okay, whatever. We're just going to say, or anomalous. Unidentified anomalous phenomena. What did I say? Jesus. Yeah, and there's a reason that I put whistleblower in quotations. Okay. So, yeah, Mr. David Grush Really blowing that whistle. LMA, though, discourse in Hassan's chat on this. Oof. I cannot even imagine. You know what it is? Because people want to believe that this is true. That's what it is. They want to believe it's true. I actually had to scroll so far into the trending Twitter tweets, trending tweets, zeets on the UFOs today. I had to scroll very far to find someone who was like, do people believe this? Are people like taking everything he's saying as the truth? They're taking this seriously? Like, obviously there's a lot of memes, but there's a lot of people who are like praising David Grush for being a hero. Yeah, let me guess. Hassan was skeptical on it, and people were like, "Dude, you don't know." Hi. I walked boy. Can you turn the air down? It feels real hot. Thank you. What else are we gonna cover today? We're gonna talk about, once again, that we need fucking term limits. We need term limits, we need age limits. We need all sorts of limits. Okay, because two of the most powerful members of Congress are corpses. Dying before our very eyes. Actually, though. And then, you know, the people around them are like, oh, no, it's fine. Oh, yeah, you just saw them have a stroke on screen, on TV. Or you just saw their dementia really kicking in. Why are Congress people living forever? You know, that's a great question. It's one I ask myself all the time. And I saw a tweet that said, whatever happened to dying? What did ever happen to dying? Thoughts on Spacey not guilty in the UK? Well, I'll tell you what, he's definitely been laying down the path for his great return to Hollywood. Do I think that him being found not guilty, being acquitted of sexual assault charges means that he is innocent? No. Made this view has 50 affairs and captions for each one. Oh, okay. All right, I'll see if I can get to this at some point. If not today, then mayhaps starts this week. Oh yeah, I saw Roman Polanski, Woody Allen both have movies premiering at Venice Film Festival, so that's cool. Yeah. There was a photo. It was just like so. Let me see if I can find the Venice. It was a picture of the two of them greeting each other with the announcement that they both have movies that will be premiering at Venice Film Festival. And here's what the Venice Film Festival director has to say. I don't see where the issue is. No. New York Post, I will not be supporting you. Venice Film Festival director defends Roman Polanski, Woody Allen invites. Let's be clear. This is not just them being invited. This is them being invited to premiere their films here. Venice Film Festival being one of the big prestigious film festivals. One of the big five. Okay? Venice Film Festival artistic director Alberto Barbera is refusing to row back on his decision to invite controversial movie biz bigwigs Roman Polanski, Woody Allen. Oh yeah, I forgot. Luc Besson. And let's be clear, the controversy has to do with things like rape of underage girls. Okay. Roman Polanski is literally a fugitive in America. He is a fugitive. He has admitted to drugging and raping an underage girl. Then there's Woody Allen, who the allegations include Dylan Farrow, his stepdaughter, alleging that he abused her. And then you've got Luc Besson, same thing. Abuse of underage girls. Like, it's not controversial. Like, I don't know, they've got some sus political takes. No. These men have sexually abused young girls. Plus Woody's daughter's wife, who he's now married to. Yes. Woody Allen and Soon Yi, who was Mia Farrow's adopted daughter, who then Woody Allen started having sex with. Supposedly, it was not until she was 21, but even if that's true, yeah, he raised his own wife. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah, that's what we call grooming, folks. So you've got Polanski, Allen, and Besson, the trifecta, who will be at Venice Film Festival. And here's the argument from the Venice Film Festival artistic director. Luc Besson has been recently fully cleared of any accusations. Woody Allen went under legal scrutiny twice at the end of the 90s and was absolved. With them, I don't see what the issue is. Okay, so fine. Let's say that those two are completely innocent. They are not, but let's say they are. What about Roman Polanski? Hello? Roman Polanski, who admitted to drugging and raping a girl. And then when he was awaiting his hearing, he skipped town. Yeah, he was literally convicted. He was awaiting his sentencing. Let me be clear about that. He was convicted. He admitted to it. He was awaiting his hearing for sentencing. He was out on bail because they were like, he's not going to skip town. Well, guess what? He fucking skipped town, okay? And has never come back to the United States. So they have all been publicly accused of varying degrees of sexual misconduct misconduct is not even the right word here, over a period of years. In the case of Besson, Barbara was referring to the rape accusation of which the director was cleared last month in a French court. Since 2018, Besson has had multiple charges of sexual misconduct leveled against him, though he denies any wrongdoing. Allen, on the other hand, was New York's indie darling for decades before being accused of sexually abusing his stepdaughter Dylan when she was 7 years old. Allen has repeatedly denied the allegation and has never been charged. Polanski is the only one of the three to have admitted to alleged sexual wrongdoing, aka rape. He was 43 years old in 1977 when he was charged in California with 6 offenses against a 13-year-old girl, including rape by use of drugs. Polanski agreed to plead guilty to the least serious of the charges, unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. However, he fled to Europe before his full 90-day jail sentence. By the way, it was only 90 days. 90 days! He hasn't set foot in the United States since 1978. Yeah. So, first of all, he only got 90 fucking days. (1970s) laws aware. Yeah. Yeah, it's because he agreed to plead guilty to the least serious of the charges, which was unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. And even though this was considered the least serious of the charges, it was still admitting to raping a minor. In this latter case, Barbara called the situation paradoxical. Oh my God! Polanski has admitted his responsibility, the festival director said. I think that to keep beating on Polanski means seeking a scapegoat for other situations that would deserve more attention. Yeah. Roman Polanski being a fugitive because he fled the States rather than serving his full 90-day jail sentence for admitting to raping an underage girl is certainly paradoxical. Holy hell, what a take. Yeah. You know what, dude? Why didn't you just say, because I don't care? Because these men are my friends. We're in the old man's club together. I don't care that they are rapists and molesters, okay? Oh, it's just so paradoxical, though. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting, man. I don't see, this is the craziest. I don't see where the issue is. Oh, okay, buddy. Yeah. You know, maybe we should not have him in charge. He's probably just as bad as them, honestly. Probably. Probably, right? Abusers defend abusers. Yeah, I mean, this really does seem like a self-report. His saying, I don't know what the issue is. Oh, okay. Seems like a self-report, my man. W33 Weedy, thank you for the 2 months. VXD, thank you for the 8. Beth, thank you for the 11. Yeah. Very cool. You know who would have called their asses out? Sinead O'Connor. You want to know what's so insane? Okay. These guys just really face no repercussions for being abusers and rapists. To the point that you have incredible actresses like Adele Anel, who is quitting the film industry over complacency towards sexual predators. So famously, she and Celine Sciamma, who directed her in Portrait of a Lady on Fire, walked out of the French version of the Oscars when Roman Polanski was being awarded a Lifetime Achievement. This is a couple years ago. Let me find... the clip.
Le César de la meilleure réalisation est attribué à Roman Polanski pour...
Okay, first of all, it's so fucked up that 2 women are announcing this. You know? Like, I wonder if the César Awards did this on purpose. Like, that's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
J'accuse.
A controversial win for the Franco-Polish filmmaker and his movie about one of France's most controversial episodes of the 19th century. Several actresses stormed out of the theatre, with the face of France's Me Too movement, Adèle Haenel, mouthing the word shame as she exited. And the ceremony's host, Florence Foresti, who mockingly referred to Polanski as just Sneezy from Snow White, failed to come back on stage to end the show. But the big winner of the 45th César Awards was much less controversial. The Oscar-nominated Les Misérables.
Yeah. So Adèle Haenel is now stepping away from the world of film for political reasons. She said that she denounced the film industry. She announced the general complacency towards sexual aggressors like Gerard Depardieu and Roman Polanski. I decided to politicize my retirement from cinema to denounce the general complacency of the profession towards sexual aggressors and more generally the way in which this sphere collaborates with the mortal, ecocidal, racist order of the world such as it is, she wrote. It bothers them that the victims make too much noise. They would prefer that we disappear and die in silence. She's previously shared that she had been abused by the director Christophe Rougier between the ages of 12 and 15, adding that the French film industry had reacted with indifference to Me Too accusations. They joined hands to protect the Depardieux, the Polanskis. It bothers them that the victims make too much noise. They would prefer we disappear and die in silence, she said. Depardieu has been accused of multiple alleged incidences of sexually inappropriate behavior. His lawyers have denied any criminal behavior. Polanski continues to live in France and Switzerland despite an outstanding U.S. warrant for fleeing a court case in which he was convicted of statutory rape of a 13-year-old girl. It's not the first time Haenel has denounced Polanski. Faced with the monopoly of my words and finances of the bourgeoisie, I have no other weapons than my body and my integrity. This is the meaning of cancel culture. You have the money, the strength, and all the glory. You gargle with it, but you will not have me as a spectator. I cancel you out of my world, said Haenel in the letter. God, this movie's so good. By the way, if you've never seen it, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. The last scene makes me cry so hard. The actress whose last performance was in Aude Léa Rapin's 2019 film I cannot believe I cannot pronounce French words. Les héros ne meurent jamais, also recently gave an interview with German magazine FAQ in which she revealed that the film industry is absolutely reactionary, racist, and patriarchal. What's the movie about? Portrait of a Lady on Fire. It is about these two women, the one on the right who has been hired to make a portrait of the one on the left who is set to be married. And so the portrait is supposed to be like, I don't know, this gift to the husband. It's all been set up through her mother. And obviously it speaks to a time when women did not have a say in their autonomy, and especially women of certain classes who you were told who you're going to marry and that's it. Anyway, they develop a big lesbian romance. It's gorgeous. It's stunning. It's devastating. And yeah, I'm not going to tell you anymore. You should watch it, but it will make you weep. It is so fucking beautiful. And again, devastating. And the last scene in the film is one of my favorite scenes in cinema. Yeah, big lesbian. Let's go. Ugh. God, I just want to watch it again right now. Anel said, we are mistaken if we say that the powerful are of goodwill, that the world is indeed moving in the right direction under their good and sometimes unskillful management. Not at all. The only thing that moves society structurally is social struggle. And it seems to me that in my case, to leave is to fight. By leaving this industry for good, I want to take part in another world, in another cinema. In the same FAQ interview, Hanel pointed out the hypocrisy of the industry. The director of the CNC, the French Organization for the Promotion of Cinema, Dominique Boutonneau, remains in office while he is indicted for sexual assault. But Thierry Fromeau from the Cannes Film Festival puts 3 women in the 2022 official selection, so I am told that this is going in the right direction. She said, adding, I don't want to be part of a feminist washing machine. It is bullshit. She's so true. She is so correct. Her next film was slated to be The Empire, a new science fiction movie from director Bruno Dumont. However, she exited that project due to disagreements about the subject matter and cast. I want to be clear too, if you don't know who she is, I would liken her fame to like a Jessica Chastain. Like in France, she's famous. She is a big time actress. So it's a big deal for her to be stepping away. It's not like an unknown actress who's making this decision, which, okay, good on her if that were to be the case, but like just trying to emphasize what a big deal this is, that somebody like her is quitting the film industry in protest. So this is what she said about The Empire. At first, I thought it looked like a lot of fun. Oh, God, my throat. A kind of Luke Skywalker in space, she said of the project. The problem is that behind this funny facade, it was a dark, sexist, and racist world that was defended. The script was full of jokes about cancel culture and sexual violence. I tried to discuss it with Dumont because I thought a dialogue was possible. I wanted to believe for the umpteenth time that it was not intentional, but it's intentional. This disregard is deliberate. It's always intentional, folks. Anel has stated that she will continue to act in theater and is open to someday making independent films with collaborators she trusts. However, don't expect that anytime soon. If I stayed today in this film industry, I would be a kind of feminist guarantee to this masculine and patriarchal industry, she said. My dream is to make it clear. This industry defends a capitalist, patriarchal, racist, sexist world of structural inequality. This means that this industry works hand in hand with the global economic order in which all lives are not equal. Yeah, she's a fucking badass. I mean, the reason why Portrait of a Lady on Fire is also so good is because it's a lesbian romance as depicted, though, by a female director. This ain't no blue is the warmest color. Okay? So anyway, yes, it focuses on the female gaze. Exactly. Yeah, so you know, all these bozos who constantly decry cancel culture, and we keep reminding them that, like, it does not exist. Look no further than the Venice Film Festival, where you have not one, not two, but 3 notorious abusers who will be in attendance. 2 of whom I believe have films premiering. So that's great. And I'm telling you, Kevin Spacey, because he was acquitted of the charges, like the director who had hired him for a film, who had been called out for hiring him, he's like, well, I took a risk and that risk paid off. See? He's innocent. It's like, no, fuck you. Fuck you, because you hired him anyway. Because you don't give a fuck. don't know why I feel like ugh. Mm-mm. I watched Portrait knowing absolutely nothing about it. I had the most powerful emotional experience of the movie in my life. True that. You think Polanski's going to step up in public? Yeah, as long as it's not in the United States where he has a warrant out for his arrest. Okay, Airbomb. Am I blaming the director for Kevin Spacey's actions? No. Is that what I said? No. Am I blaming him for hiring Kevin Spacey and then going in response to the fact that he was acquitted? I took a risk and that risk paid off. That's what I said. Don't get it twisted. Okay, but like, you hire an ex-con? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I'm not even. No. All right, let's cover, let's get to some strike stuff. Seems like shitty behavior is rewarded. Always. Airbomb is infamous. Don't bother. Okay, I won't. I am not bothering. All right, I think we watched a little bit of Bryan Cranston's speech, but I want to watch the full thing.
Hello!
So this is from the star-studded SAG strike rally yesterday in New York City. There were a number of A-listers who showed up, gave very fiery speeches, and I would say that Bryan Cranston was, his speech was the most fiery of them all.
3 hours, and then we'll wrap it all up. Thank you all for coming out today. We're overjoyed to be on this stage looking out at all this energy of love and togetherness and unionization. Thank you very much. And thank you also to the Writers Guild, IATSE, and the Teamsters. Thank you for supporting us. We will support you. You know, there's been a lot of conversation about the differences between the AMPTP and what SAG-AFTRA is looking for.
When I say fiery speech, I mean from yesterday. There have been a ton of fiery speeches. Obviously, Ron Perlman saying, "Motherfucker, I know where you live," is, you know, going down in history as like one of the best of all time. I mean, from yesterday's rally.
Or in our compensation, in this contract. But there is one thing that we all agree on, even they agree on it, and that is our industry has changed exponentially. We are not in the same business model that we were even 10 years ago. And yet, even though they admit that that is the truth in today's economy, they are fighting us tooth and nail to stick to the same economic system that is outmoded, outdated. They want us to step back in time. We cannot and we will not do that. What we have put forth in the negotiations is not unreasonable. It is not unfair. And I find it very, very ironic that we are all gathered here today in unity in front of an entity that is run by Disney. And now we've got a message for Mr. Iger.
Yes.
I know, sir, that you look through things through a different lens. We don't expect you to understand who we are. but we ask you to hear us, and beyond that, to listen to us when we tell you we will not be having our jobs taken away and giving to robots. We will not have you take away our right to work and earn a decent living. And lastly, and most importantly, we will not allow you to take away our dignity. We are union through and through, all the way to the end. Thank you. God bless you. Stay together. We will win this fight. God bless you.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, I can't imagine that Bob Iger, David Zassoff, all these bozos are not regretting the things that they have said and how they have said them over the past couple weeks. Okay? Because you have many A-list actors now who have come out and been like, fuck you. We won't go quietly into the night. Saw something that basically said he's the perfect person to make that speech because Cranston basically came up from the very bottom and now he's Walter White. Yeah. They have been going mask off. And it's great to see it. Yeah, Ashley, I did see this. We're gonna talk about it. First though, let's look at this. Okay, wait. This guy wins for greatest strike demonstration ever. Okay, this is Harrison Ford stunt double Mike Massa, who set himself on fire during a SAG-AFTRA rally saying he was sick of being burned by studios and producers. Like, this guy needs to be paid more. Are you kidding me? Oh, this is real. Yeah. Like, that's so badass. I love it because from afar, he does look like Harrison Ford. Obviously, this is Harrison Ford's stunt double, so it looks like Harrison Ford is on fire. Okay. General Hospital to employ temporary writers during WGA strike. That's a very funny way of saying scabs. Temporary writers. Daytime soap opera General Hospital is using temporary writers while the WGA remains on strike, Variety has confirmed with sources. News that the soap was employing writers. Temporary writers. That's like when we were reading Pierce Morgan's letter to the letter about Barbie, and he said aesthetically challenged instead of ugly. News that the soap was employing writers despite the ongoing strike was brought to light by General Hospital writer Shannon Peace, who shared the news on her Instagram account, revealing that the last episode of the show that she wrote prior to the strike would be airing. Starting next week, the show will be written exclusively by scab writers, which is heartbreaking, Peace wrote. Daytime writers face a unique conflict during strikes. We hate to see our characters and storylines handed over to writers who cross the picket line, but we're also keenly aware that stopping production could spell the demise of soap operas. ABC, which airs General Hospital, declined to comment. Soap operas write and film episodes far in advance, which has allowed shows like General Hospital to stay on the air. In addition, soap actors are covered by the National Code of Fair Practice for Network Television Broadcasting, or Network Code, which allows them to keep working even though SAG-AFTRA is on strike. The Network Code also applies to things like game shows, morning news shows, and reality shows in addition to soap operas. So that's why these types of shows are still going even through the strike. However, recently the Jeopardy contestants or the former Jeopardy champions all agreed to not show up for this special episode in solidarity with the strike. So even though these shows are still going, like there have definitely been groups of people who are sitting out in solidarity with the strikes. Sorry for my ignorance, but what are scab writers? Okay, so a scab, aka a strike breaker, is somebody who crosses the picket line, is somebody who breaks the strike rules and works during a strike in a capacity that has been deemed not allowed by the union. No, Ken Jennings has not stopped. Ken Jennings has been facing a lot of criticism, a lot of calls for him to be in solidarity with the writers of Jeopardy. Soap operas have employed temporary writers in the past, in particular financial core or FI-core writers. Such writers resign from the guild and cannot run for guild office or vote on contracts or in any WGA election. In the aftermath of the 2007 to 2008 writers' strike, the WGA identified 28 writers who had chosen the financial core route during the work stoppage. Yeah, so this sucks. Of course, right? It's something where, though, soap operas, and that's why the General Hospital writer Shannon Peace, who was talking about this, soap operas risk cancellation during a strike like this. And that's the argument for them bringing on these scab writers, is that soap operas air every single day. And so once they run through the scripts that have been stockpiled, because they write the scripts well in advance of the episodes airing, because they literally, episodes air every day. Ace Fen, thank you for the 11 months. I'm like, wait, it's I always forget. It's Ace Fen, right? Yeah, so General Hospital is the longest running American soap opera. I have auditioned for this show quite a few times. Always really killer roles. Ashfen. God damn it. Ashfen. So the shows run through all the scripts that were written before the strike began. And make no mistake, all of the soap operas are going to be doing this. Because it's day 86 of the strike. So they have run through their scripts. And because writers on soap operas cannot now legally write due to union rules, because that is scabbing, they are on strike. And so they are employing non-union writers. Jazz Like Water, thank you for the 5. Thanks, buddy. No, we're doing the Sinead O'Connor tribute later. Oh my God. We hate to see our characters and storylines handed over to writers who cross the picket line, but we're also keenly aware that stopping production could spell the demise of soap operas. Actors on soap operas, like I said, are part of the net code, so they can continue to perform. The effects of the Writers and Actors Guild strikes are being felt across Hollywood, with press junkets and red carpets all but drying up. Soap operas have been mostly insulated from this disruption because of bank scripts and the separate netcode contract that allows them to continue production. The insulation, however, comes at a cost, as the serial, daily nature of soap operas makes them susceptible to outright cancellation should they go off the air for lack of scripts to film. So, as scripts run out, more of your favorite daytime soaps could also turn to scab writers to keep them going. I didn't know people actually watch soaps. Oh, do they watch soaps? Now, it is a specific demographic of people, right? Like your average 20-year-old Zoomer's not watching soap operas. But yeah, like some of these soap operas have been on air for decades. Soap opera actors, typically, that's just their job. They don't do anything else. It's like a 9 to 5. They come to work every day, they film the soap, and then they go home. But yeah, they have a very, very devoted fan base. I say, oh. Bro, how is he so loud? Carly, you want to come in here? Carlito, you want to come in here? Carly. Like he gets picked up on my mic. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I always ask if Farley wants to come in here because I have to close my door when Will's gaming because you can hear it through his. I cannot tell you how far his streaming room is from mine. You would think it's right here. But anyway, Farley gets like freaked out when he's yelling and stuff, but he doesn't want to come in here. We totally thought you were gonna go Mother Will. Oh no. I'm not gonna go in there and tell him like shut the fuck up, but I do have to make sure that every single door is closed. Yeah, next place that we move to, I'm gonna soundproof the space between us. Two Hollywood strikes and no talks in sight. The plan is for them to call us, says WGA leader. So if you're sitting here like, hey, what's going on? You guys are still striking? So the WGA and SAG-AFTRA have both said they're open to talking, but that the studios refuse to engage on their core issues. The AMPTP, that is the major Hollywood producers, meanwhile, from studios and streaming companies, meanwhile, has said that the unions have been unwilling to drop items that are non-starters, like a demand for a share of streaming revenue and a minimum staffing level for TV writers. The result is a double stalemate, with everyone waiting for the other side to blink. We do have a plan, said Mike Schur, a member of the WJ negotiating committee. The plan is for them to call us on the phone and ask us to sit down. We are not calling them. SAG-AFTRA began picketing on July 14th, while the WJ has been on strike for nearly 3 months. Insiders expect that not much will happen for at least a few weeks, and maybe not until Labor Day. We're on a break, said one studio source, quoting a line from the TV show Friends, which has great residuals. Duncan Crabtree Ireland, the chief negotiator for SAG-AFTRA, has said repeatedly that he's willing to return to negotiations whenever the AMPTP is ready. He also said that the studios have not reached out to him since talks broke off 2 weeks ago. The last engagement we had on that point was the 12th of July when they said to us they don't think they'd be ready to talk for quite some time. God, they're acting like a scorned lover. I won't be ready to talk for some time. I'll let you know when I am. The studios had previously said they couldn't talk to the WGA because they were focused on talks with the Directors Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA. But with the DGA deal complete and SAG-AFTRA on strike, the negotiating room at AMPTP headquarters is empty. Still, there's been no overture to the writers. There's no reason they can't be talking to either of us, said David Goodman, co-chair of the WGA negotiating committee. But it's been, what, 10 days of SAG being out? 12 days? Let's give them a minute. They've got to figure out what is their strategy to end these strikes, because they need to end these strikes. The WGA has a number of demands, including a streaming residual that would account for popularity of shows and a minimum number of writers per TV show based on the number of episodes. The AMPTP has rejected both those ideas, saying that the latter amounts to a hiring quota. WGA leaders have said the studios must be willing to negotiate on the union's entire agenda. That's why it's a stalemate right now. We've made it clear that the things we're asking for are absolutely necessary. Until they agree with that premise, there isn't going to be a conversation that's going to be fruitful. Chris Kaiser, the other negotiating co-chair, said that the AMPTP has to accept the basic structure that the union has proposed. If they walked back into the room and said, listen, what we offered you on May 1st, we're still offering you, they're just playing a game. The structural changes that we require have to be made. Inside that structure, we are completely open to negotiating. Do you feel like the strikes might push studios to invest heavily in AI to quicken independence of talent? Bro, they're already doing that. With SAG, the two sides are at loggerheads over a proposal to give actors 2% of streaming revenue. The AMPTP has said that it's a non-starter for several reasons. So when they say non-starter, that means that they refuse to negotiate on it. For one, SAG-AFTRA wants to share the streamers' revenue, but it's the production companies and not the streamers who would be on the hook to pay for it. For another, the union has proposed using Parrot Analytics, a third-party data company, to determine the value of a show, which the studios see as deeply unreliable. The WGA has proposed a different version of a viewership-based residual, which would require data transparency from the companies. What's important is how you get to a solution, Schur said. The companies have to admit a solution is required. When a show is really successful, you need to share in the success. Whether it's SAG's plan or our plan or some other plan, there has to be a better payment structure for actors, writers, directors, and everybody when shows are successful. Yeah, so for the long time being, we're just out here marching away in a complete stalemate. Nothing is happening. Besides reports that Besides reports like this, Netflix lists $900,000 AI job as actors and writers continue to strike. Netflix recently posted a job for a machine learning platform product manager. The position pays an annual salary of $300,000 to $900,000 at a time, when many actors make around $200 a day. The role AI will play in creating future entertainment is a key item of debate for both striking parties. So yeah.
Can one studio come to an agreement and get back to work, or is it all or nothing? Smart question. So the studios negotiate together under the banner of the AMPTP. But remember, they're not best friends. They're competitors. Any other time of the year, they're always trying to steal market share away from each other. It's just that once every 3 years, they're like, ladies, gentlemen, can we please set aside our differences and remember what we all want, which is to screw the writers? Excellent
Clopez, thank you for the 11 months.
point, Jenkins. Pass the caviar. Does it really go down like that? I don't know. That's how I'm writing the scene. They're free to write the scene however they want. What's that? They're not writers? Okay, we'll go with my version then. Now, how is the Writers Guild, 9,000 nerds, going to stand up to the giant multinational conglomerates? It's David versus Goliath. They're way too big and strong. How are we going to do that? Well, back in 2008, the Writers Guild was like, well, we don't have to, stand up to them. All we have to do is get them to turn against each other, which, when you think about it, really isn't that hard, given that that's their natural state. They're competitors. So what happened in 2008, after a couple months of this strike, One of the studios, I believe it was United Artists, I think they were the first ones, they reached out to the Writers Guild and said, look, let's end this. Let's start negotiating here because we can't afford not to make movies and TV shows. Let's figure out a fair deal. And that's when earnest negotiations actually began, not 2 months prior.
Would it be legal for a union to assemble a bunch of people to take scab jobs with the intent of being grossly incompetent and further sabotaging employers? Well, they wouldn't do that because it wouldn't make any sense. But also, they will be hiring. They are hiring non-union people who are grossly incompetent. They don't care.
And so United Artists, Lionsgate came later. They proposed a deal that had much more favorable terms to the Writers Guild. It was an interim deal under the condition that once the final deal was settled with all the other studios, that's the deal that they would agree to. And so, sure, that's fair enough, right? And so a deal was hammered out. And once that first studio falls, it's like dominoes. All the other ones fall because now United Artists has a competitive advantage over the other studios because they are making movies and TV shows, which is how they make money. And the other ones are just sitting on their hands watching their stock prices go through the floor. So I imagine, I'm not in on these negotiations. I'm not on the guild board or the negotiating committee, but maybe that's what's going to happen this time. For more on what it's like to be a TV writer on strike, keep following me here.
Yeah, so basically, there are productions that have been given the green light to continue, the green light from SAG-AFTRA and WGA, because they have agreed to the terms of those unions. So basically, they agree to give these unions what they're asking for the writers and the actors, and therefore then they are given permission to continue production. Now, the one thing that I will say is that, okay, so that speaks to like indie films, right? So you've seen probably posts on Twitter about A24 or certain indie projects that are underway. And the one thing that sucks is that the first people who will get those jobs and take those jobs are A-list talent who obviously, like I've said many times, are the one group of people who have been insulated largely from all of these changes in the industry. Does SAG-AFTRA ban scabs if they find out? Yes. But yes, the fact that these smaller studios can comply with all the demands proves it's feasible that the bigwigs are just greedy. Absolutely, right? And also look at the UPS strike. UPS wanted to avoid a strike, so they agreed to the Teamsters terms because they could, because it was possible. Wouldn't giving A24 the permission to go ahead be undermining the whole movement? There are people who are on both sides of this. Ones who are saying like, no, we should just be totally shut down. Ones who are using the argument that, okay, well, that's great for A-list talent, but what about the majority of us who are the ones who have been affected by diminishing wages? So I'm of the take that I agree it does suck because the people who will be continuing to work, who will be getting to work, are the top talent in the industry. But also, if these companies are willing to pay or are willing to agree to the terms that we're asking for, then yeah. It just goes to show that it is possible. So there's no reason why Netflix, why Disney, why Amazon, why, Fox, whatever, why they can't also agree to these terms. So yeah, I would rather that this be the case, because then also, other people who are involved in the production of these movies, crew members, makeup artists, etc., they get opportunities to work. Okay, this article pissed me off. This pissed me off. And I kind of got a little of this last night, talking to somebody who works in a talent agency, not a talent agency. He works with an agency that works with influencers. And we were talking about the strike last night at Hassan's birthday party. And he was like, yeah, I just think it kind of sucks that influencers are being screwed on this. I was like, I don't think that we should look at it that way. I don't think we should phrase it like that. Ugh, fuck these strikes because influencers are getting the shit stick. I'm like, no. No, I'm not gonna agree with that take. Also, just want to say I met Alex Press last night. She was awesome. We hung out, we chit-chatted, and we were talking about the strikes and joking about the fact that once the actors went on strike, the picket lines became both hotter in temperature and in sexiness. And she was telling me that when she was in New York, because she said she's been convinced to write a book about Hollywood, about the strikes. And so she was in New York and went to a picket line to interview people. And she wanted to talk. She had talked to writers. She had talked to IATSE, other labor unions, and she had wanted to talk to someone in SAG. And this was before SAG had officially gone on strike. But she wasn't sure who was in SAG because they weren't wearing the t-shirts yet. So she goes, I just picked out one of the hottest people who was on the picket line. And I walked up to him and I said, are you in SAG? And he goes, why, yes, I am. I go, yeah, that was smart thinking on your part. It's safe to assume that if there is a hot person on the picket line, they are in SAG. They might also be in WGA, but they're definitely a SAG-AFTRA actor. All right, let's talk about this. Okay. Despite not being in the actors union, many content creators are passing up deals to promote films or TV shows because they don't want to be barred from the guild or face online vitriol. I've had a couple friends who are content creators who have reached out to me to ask for my advice, to get my opinion on what to do regarding a recent offer that they have received that would put them in the line of being a scab. Deanna Giulietta is not in the actors union, but she turned down $28,000 last week because of its strike. Miss Giulietta, a 29-year-old content creator with 1.8 million TikTok followers, had received an offer to promote the new season of Hulu's hit show Only Murders in the Building. But SAG-AFTRA, as the union is known, recently issued rules stating that any influencer who engages in promotion for one of the Hollywood studios the actors are striking against will be ineligible for membership. Disney is the majority owner of Hulu. That gave Miss Giulietti, who also acts and aspires to one day join the union, reason enough to decline the offer from Influential, a marketing agency working with Hulu. The union's rule is part of a variety of aggressive tactics that hit at a pivotal moment for Hollywood labor and shows its desire to assert itself in a new era and with a different, mostly younger wave of creative talent. I want to be in these Netflix shows. I want to be in the Hulu shows, but we're standing by the writers. We're standing by SAG, Miss Giulietta said. People write me off whenever I say I'm an influencer, and I'm like, no, I really feel like I could be making the difference here. Okay. So, yeah, that was very smart of her to turn down that deal because she, like many big content creators, do have aspirations to be actors and writers. So Hollywood is so desperate for scabs right now. I see a ton of writers talking about studios harassing them essentially about scripts they've originally rejected. Yeah, 100%. So to be clear, content creators are getting opportunities that in some cases would normally go to union workers who are on strike. And they are also getting these opportunities and they are getting higher contract amounts because of the strikes, because they don't have currently actors and people who are in the unions who are able to work. The difference comes at a cost. In addition to the Hulu deal, Miss Julietta recently declined a $5,000 offer from the app Today Tix to promote the Searchlight Pictures movie Theater Camp. Disney also owns Searchlight. She said she was living at home with her parents in Cheshire, Connecticut, and putting off renting an apartment in New York City while she saw how the strike, which along with a writer's strike could go on for months, would affect her income. Representatives for Searchlight and Today Tix did not respond to requests for comment. Hulu and Influential declined to comment. The last time Hollywood screen actors and writers went on strike, social media platforms and the $5 billion influencer industry did not exist. The Actors Union began admitting content creators in 2021 and still has only a small number of them, but questions have quickly emerged around how the union's dispute with the major Hollywood studios will affect popular internet personalities. Yet the studios can't pay the strikers the money they're asking for. Clueless. Yes, exactly. The union's message that content creators will be blocked from membership if they provide work or services for struck companies has sent many scrambling. A number of creators have pledged support for writers and actors and circulated scab lists of influencers who promote new releases or appear at related events. Others have been frustrated or confused by instructions from a union that doesn't protect them and that some had never heard of. Okay, I don't understand how you are a top content creator and have never heard of SAG-AFTRA. I don't know. It just makes no fucking sense to me, especially like content creators in Los Angeles or New York. SAG-AFTRA, which represents some 160,000 movie and television actors, approved a strike on July 13th. The division with the studios is driven largely by concerns about compensation in the streaming era and artificial intelligence. They joined screenwriters who walked off the job in May, the first dual shutdown since 1960. During the strike, actors are not able to engage in publicity efforts for their projects or appear at film festivals or events like Comic-Con. Influencers have become crucial to the entertainment industry in recent years, especially during the pandemic, building buzz and promoting products. They post videos to hype new TV shows and movies, appear on red carpets and at events like the MTV Video Music Awards, and unbox products tied to film and television characters. Typically, as in the case with Miss Giulietti, outside agencies hire creators on behalf of the studios. Now, those activities, besides limiting their career ambitions, could lead to internet backlash, with one non-union influencer already posting an apology video for appearing at a recent Disney movie premiere. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to Never Heard of It. Is this not a link to the video? Okay, never. Oh, wait. Okay, whatever. Others have posted promotional videos anyway, without backtracking or pulling the content. At least one creator posting from a recent premiere opted to turn off their TikTok comments, possibly to avoid potential criticism. Okay, on the flip side, videos from creators about jobs and events that they rejected in solidarity with actors have racked up praise and views on TikTok. Isn't that fucking crazy? As a content creator, you can grow as a content creator by just making content about being in solidarity with the actors. I mean, it's something where I think that I have grown as a content creator now, even though I am in both unions. Me covering the strikes, talking about being in solidarity, et cetera, has, I think, helped me grow as a content creator. So, you know, it's like, it's not all bad, okay? Content creators who are like, oh, this is not advantageous for me at all. We don't have power to make decisions for the talent, but we will in this moment recommend not engaging with struck work or struck companies on paid or organic projects, said Victoria Bakken, president of Whalar Talent, a unit of a creator commerce company that works with more than 200 content creators. She added that young creators were also more apt to be supportive of unions and organized labor. Okay. This bitch. Still, Whitney Singleton, a 27-year-old with 1.2 million TikTok followers, has been frustrated by what is being asked of her. Oh, I'm sorry. She had never heard of SAG-AFTRA until the past couple of weeks. Miss Singleton, using the moniker Keep Up Radio, has attracted fans by singing and rapping about her favorite video games like Fortnite and streaming herself playing video games. It's been her full-time job for 3 years. She has collaborated with struck companies like Amazon in the past. I really do value creators and I want them to get what they deserve, Miss Singleton said. But it's really hard for me to just be finding out about an organization and being expected to fall in line with their initiative when I feel like it's new to me and the influencer space. First of all, this bitch just called a massive labor movement an initiative. An initiative. This is giving Mariah Carey. I don't know her. You don't know Jennifer Lopez? I don't know her. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess, like, I've met her, but, like, I do not know her. She said some influencers were being asked to turn down 5-figure deals, and that the majority of creators I've talked to about it feel it's unfair. Okay, wait. Get fucked. Get fucked. Okay, anyway. She said some info. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to Keep Up Radio. Yes, she's gonna need it. Said that the majority of creators I've talked to about it feel that it's unfair that as non-union members, they're being included in this conversation. You know what? If she never, ever, ever has a plan on being involved in Hollywood, right? Never, ever has any aspirations other than making TikToks about Fortnite, singing and rapping about Fortnite, then fine. You know what? You know what? You're so angered by this initiative, then go ahead, do it. Go ahead and scab. She's 27 years old and doesn't have any aspirations of doing any TV and film content outside of making TikToks for video games. Okay, then fine, scab. Here's the thing though, okay? I know a lot of content creators. I would say the majority of the ones that I have met, being out here, being in this, you know, before I got into streaming and now that I'm into streaming, they all have expressed at some point an interest in branching out of content creation and doing TV and movies. And because the way things work these days, when you are a content creator with millions and millions of followers and views, those opportunities can come your way. Look no further than all the TikTokers who you've seen pop up in Netflix movies. Who you've seen in, like, you know, booking big Amazon deals. Miss Singleton was invited to an early screening of the Barbie movie and said that while it wasn't a paid promotion, the union's guidelines for promoting the movie... She's pissed about something that wasn't even a paid promotion? Girlfriend! The union's guidelines for promoting the movie were what I would deem murky. Actually, they've been very clear. Ultimately, she decided to post about the event for which she dyed her hair pink. I actually got no negative feedback. It was all positive. That is definitely not true. she said. For a moment, I felt a bit scared and put in a corner with these requirements because I respect creators in all industries. No, you do not. But I wouldn't be being true to my heart. I wouldn't be being true to my heart if I had let those things stop me from living my life and sharing the content. Okay. Be fucking for real. You're being true to your heart by deciding to go forward with something that wasn't even a paid promotion. That's what's so crazy. Sometimes you gotta be true to yourself and just cross a picket line, you know? Exactly. Yo, she's scabbing for free, man. The union did not respond to questions about the criticism or about how many influencers are included in its membership. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which negotiates on behalf of the biggest studios, has said its offers to the writers and the actors were historical. Okay, bullshit. The reality for many creators is that they dream of someday achieving a level of fame beyond the smartphone screen, making the threat of blacklisting by Hollywood's most powerful union an ominous one. Mario Moranti, a 28-year-old comedian on TikTok with 3.6 million followers, recently posted a popular video about turning down a deal to promote a show based on his support for actors and writers and his long-term ambitions. Mr. Moranti has hoped to work in Hollywood since childhood, and even has a tattoo of Jim Carrey as Ace Ventura Pet Detective on his arm. Yeah? What? There's a sandwich from Trader Joe's. Or you can have the rest of... Do you want the rest of my food from earlier? Okay. That's a lot of influencers. Eat the rest of my food from earlier then. Anyway. That's a lot of influencers' goal and aspiration and why they do it, said Mr. Moranti, who lives in Las Vegas. We love to entertain and express ourselves, and that's the Super Bowl. That's the ultimate, being in a movie or TV show. Mr. Moranti has previously been paid to promote the movie Champions, starring Woody Harrelson, and a product tied to the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise. If I were to help the big studios amid this, I'm just hurting myself in the future, if that makes any sense, he said. Right, so like, okay, I don't expect influencers to be driven by a true sense of solidarity in that they believe that actors and writers and, you know, all workers should be paid what they deserve and therefore they're going to stand in solidarity with them. I don't expect them, you know, for that to be the reason why they wouldn't cross the picket lines. But this reason, where they are hurting themselves in the future, they are fucking themselves over, should be the reason, is a strong reason for them to stand in solidarity. Krishna Subramanian, a founder of the influencer marketing firm Captive 8, said studios might need to pivot away from creators during the strike and get agencies to make more traditional display ads to place on Facebook and other sites. Yo, studios will be putting out Facebook ads, being like, who wants to be in this movie? Subramanian. Simone Umba is a TikTok creator with more than 300,000 followers who primarily posts about TV shows and movies, but has paused making such videos. She said that many influencers felt that they were stuck in the middle, but that most were opting to side with the union even as invitations and deals piled up. And again, why are those invitations and deals piling up? Because actors and writers are on strike. Those, in many of these cases, those are union jobs. And so that's why invitations and deals are piling up. This isn't like, oh, all of a sudden you have all these job opportunities that, oh, look at what I'm having to give up so that I can support these unions that I've never even heard of. It's like those opportunities are being given to you because of what is happening right now. Because of these asshole companies who, rather than pay workers the bare minimum, are like, no. We're gonna hire a $900,000 AI product manager. We're gonna just go to content creators. It's fine. Doesn't matter. We'll spend all this money on these people so that these people who are on strike just get fucked over. If you take the money and donate it all to the relief fund, is that a net good? No. We knew we were going to get approached, and it's like we're in a really messy family feud, Miss Umba 26 said. She added, regardless of if you want to join the union or not, you don't want to be one of those people that was willing to take a check instead of standing in support of people fighting for actual living wages. Exactly. I'm going to read that again. You don't want to be one of those people that was willing to take a check instead of standing in support of people fighting for actual livable wages. Miss Umba said that it had been painful to miss out on posting about the star-studded Barbie movie after this summer's marketing bonanza, and that she had declined to attend an early screening of the film in Atlanta. She and a friend were messaging recently after trailers for the Marvels dropped, agonizing over their inability to post. We were texting each other back and forth like, this is so hard. You know what? On the one hand, okay, I'd rather her than this bitch miss rapping about Fortnite. I would rather this type of influencer, but also, like, this is so frustrating to me because there are people who have been out there in the blistering heat for 86 days who are striking to make sure that they can continue to survive working in this industry, living in cities like Los Angeles and New York. You want to know what's hard? Working your whole fucking life, being one of the rare, lucky people to break through in an industry that is impossible. And then when you finally break through, being faced with the reality that these companies have squeezed out most people working in this industry to the point that if you want to do this, oh, well, you have to go get another job to be able to do what is considered a career in writing or acting. So yeah, we were texting each other back and forth like, this is so hard because they can't post about the Marvels. Anyway, my anger is not directed at these young influencers. It's a little tone deaf, but I would rather, again, it seems like she has an understanding with what she said here. I would rather them trying to take credit for not posting about the Marvels because they're standing in solidarity because one day they want to do, they want to be in the union. I'd rather that than people are like, no, fuck you guys. Bye. She said she was prepared to hold out for months, but was already thinking of holiday releases. She crossed her fingers, held them up, and said, please, please don't let it get to Christmas. I feel like that's fair to say between friends, but adding that info to an article is a weird move. Totally, right? Like, I would have kept that private. The only reason New York Times knows about that is because she told the New York Times when the New York Times interviewed her. I would not have said that. I would have kept that a private thing between my friend. A lot of young influencers are very naive. Lots of them don't get paid for what they're due for sponsorships because they literally don't get this space. Yeah, and I wish that they would take inspiration from these strikes of these unions that they claim they've never heard of as a way to fight for also what they deserve to be paid. Seems like people nowadays generally don't know when to not share something. Yeah, yeah. There's a whole lot of that's going on. I mean, hello. You had Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, wearing designer clothing, speaking from a billionaire summer camp, talking about how writers are unreasonable. So... Anyway. Anyway, I see some shit takes in chat that I'm not even going to respond to. I already... Wait. Okay, we're going to look at this next because I want to tell you the proper way that you should be talking about these strikes when you are somebody who's affected by them as well. No, be toxic, please. It's just one of those things where I'm like... It's, you know, sometimes I explain my take very clearly and doesn't even seem to be that controversial. So if you are not... If you're pushing back on that, then it's not, you know, like you're not gonna get banned or anything, but I'm just like, I'm not wasting my breath. I'm gonna keep just moving forward on stuff because otherwise it's just like, I'm not responding to every individual person who's like, yeah, but that's ridiculous. Vio, thank you for the raid. I was just about to run to the bathroom. They're just not listening at that point. Exactly. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys had a great, hope you had a great stream. I hope you're well. I really have to run to go pee and get some more water. Raiders, if you want to stick around, we're just doing a little Hollywood strike coverage. We're going to talk about the UFOs. And then later, I'm going to be doing a tribute to Sinead O'Connor, who died today at the very young age of 56. It's devastating. She was a legend of all legends. So we'll be doing that later. Alchemy, thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate you, dear. Okay. So, I am obviously aware, as I talk about these strikes, you know, as I champion the solidarity, I am aware that there are many people besides writers and actors who are struggling because of these strikes. They are struggling financially. But the difference is there are some people who, even though they are struggling financially, understand that this labor movement is important and necessary. And especially when it concerns writers, who are the foundation of Hollywood, they deserve to be paid what they are worth. Obviously, actors as well. I'm just making the point that, like, there are no movies, there are no TV shows without writers. You know? We're the blueprint. And they know that the enemy is not the striking workers. It is the companies who have made it so that we have had to go on strike. For a quarter of a century, Andy Britton has worked steadily as a set decorator on movies and TV shows, but as Hollywood began to slow down this year in anticipation for what's become known as the Summer of Labor Strife, she hasn't worked a single production job. Her most recent show was Daisy Jones and the Six. To make ends meet, she's been taking on side gigs like teaching set decorating to high schoolers. It's been a huge struggle, she said. At this moment, I'm not really making ends meet. Despite the personal financial hardship, she refuses to cross a picket line. I feel like this is a fight worth fighting for. It's not just for the writers, it's for all of us. Bingo. Bingo. This. Right? So just like see this contrast to the New York Times article that we just read. That, you know, featured young TikTokers and other content creators. Britain is among the tens of thousands of film and TV workers caught in the crosshairs as the battle between Hollywood studios and writers and actors over streaming pay, working conditions, artificial intelligence, and other issues has ground Hollywood to a halt. She's a set decorator representative and a delegate for IATSE, Local 44. This is the union that represents people working in crafts such as costuming, makeup, and film editing. They keep Hollywood humming. For these workers, many already financially vulnerable, the historic double strike has been challenging. The strike is causing a lot of turmoil in the IATSE membership because it's not our contract, and yet we are being affected by it as if it was our strike, said Max Schwartz, a set lighting technician and member of the Local 728. Los Angeles-based Schwartz was working on the second season of Issa Rae's comedy Rap Shit on Max when he began socking away money after he heard rumblings that the writers were poised to strike. I take these things very seriously, he said. Although Schwartz, 33, whose credits include the films Nope and Clemency, as well as the True TV comedy series Tacoma FD, saved enough to keep him afloat for 3 months, he noted that given the current impasse and strident comments from both sides, the strike may outlast his savings. I personally will start to feel hardship after 3 months, if there's no work, if there's no end to this in sight. An unequivocal supporter of the actions taken by the WGA and SAG-AFTRA, nevertheless, he has begun contemplating selling his belongings, including his golf clubs and his Magic the Gathering card collection, as a buffer. The economic fallout for below-the-line crew members is real, said IATSE President Matthew D. Loeb in a message posted on the union's website. If the studios truly cared about the economic fallout of their preemptive work slowdown against below-the-line crew members, they could continue to pay crew members and fully fund their health care at any moment, as they did in 2020 during the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The AMPTP declined comment. SAG-AFTRA didn't respond to requests for comment. The AMPTP, but okay, wait, this is just stuff we already know. In an emotional speech earlier this month, Fran Drescher acknowledged the effect that opening a strike on a second front would have across the industry. We made the hard decision that we tell you as we stand before you today. This is major, it's really serious, and it's going to impact every single person that's in labor. Indeed, since July 7th, the Motion Picture and Television Fund, which provides temporary funding and a set of health and social services to working and retired members of the entertainment community, has received more than 2,500 calls for financial assistance, mostly from the below-the-line workers, according to a statement from the nonprofit. In an effort to help following the writer's strike, IATSE said it would donate $2 million to charities to support its members. The union said that the funds have been earmarked for the MPTF, the Entertainment Community Fund, and the Actors Fund of Canada. Others have stepped up to offer assistance. Like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who donated 7 figures. Prop master Alicia Haverland is spearheading the formation of a charity called Drive for Solidarity that will help film and TV workers, providing them with financial assistance from $500 to $2,500. So many of our members just don't have anywhere to go, she said. On July 15th, the Union Solidarity Coalition, founded by a group of writers and directors, held an event featuring the rock band Fishbone at the Barracks, a skate park near downtown LA, to raise healthcare funds for crew members affected by the strike. Okay. Leslie Lytle, a set dresser and script coordinator for 28 years, who's worked on shows such as Big Shot, Westworld, and Lethal Weapon, has experienced the industry's highs and lows, but the current double strike has left her concerned. I've never been this scared about the industry. I'm afraid of losing everything that I built since '95, and it's the career that goes behind it. The crush of circumstances has left her considering food bank assistance, as well as possibly selling off some of her signed movie memorabilia and pieces of antique furniture her parents left her. She also said she might rent out the second bedroom in her Glendale apartment that she's been using as a craft room. And yet, she is unequivocal in her support of the striking writers and actors, and in her blame of the studios. We deserve to have a slice of that pie instead of your shareholders who did nothing to create that content, she said. Nano, thank you for the 11 months. Thanks for highlighting the spillover effect the strikes are having on the job security for adjacent members. I work in post. These strikes are important for all of us in film, TV. Hope they get resolved soon and create a better work life for all. Studio bottom lines need to be reevaluated. Yeah, I think I've had people come in here who are, they're not like trolls or anything, but they're genuinely like, when I'm talking about the strikes and when I, you know, it's not like I talk about the strikes as in, yay, strikes are amazing. I've fully acknowledged that strikes are not ideal. They are the last resort that a union has, that workers have against the companies. So I do make that very clear. Oh, happy birthday on your leftists. But I have people come in here who are like, I am, you know, I'm a crew member in Hollywood, or I work in VFX, et cetera, and this sucks for me. And I'm like, yeah, I am sorry that you are also one of the many workers who are being affected by the greed of these studios. I'm like, let's be clear when we talk about these strikes that the people who are responsible for them are not actors and writers, but the studios, the streaming companies. So it's something where obviously I have a lot of empathy for other workers in Hollywood who are affected by these strikes. And I just always want to stress, like, the attitude we should be taking in regards to these strikes is that it is not the actors and the writers who have caused this, who have caused turmoil for everyone, themselves included. It's the studios. And I think people get that. Ray, thank you for the gifted. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you guys, if I get it. If I didn't have Twitch, like I said, I would have nothing, right? I'm in both of these labor unions. So every single day I'm grateful for the space that I have, for this, you know, new career that I have. For all of you in here who are not annoying fuckheads. Because, you know, all jokes aside, like, I am literally on double strike. And even before the strikes happened, I could feel how much, you know, how bad things had gotten. I haven't been around since the days of when things were better, but already just navigating the politics in Hollywood was such a nightmare all the time. Big Red, thank you for the 9. Fear and appearance when? I'm just gonna tease out my fear and appearance forever. I'll just be like, oh yeah, you guys, I might be on the next episode. You gotta wait and see. Was watching stream with my aunt. She's a fan now. What up? What up, Loose Reigns aunt? Question, do you know what happens to people who are like still in the phase of trying to get, so pre-WGA? Do you mean what happens to them as far as the strikes are concerned? Or, I mean, as long as they don't scab, their aspirations of being in the WGA are still there, you know? How the AMPTP gets so powerful? I mean, they've always been powerful. You know, the studios have always run Hollywood. I think one of the differences now, though, is that because you have these tech companies, because you've got Amazon, you've got Apple, and you've got streaming companies like Netflix, there is there's a real lack of even almost solidarity between those companies. Like back in the day, the studios, the major studios, obviously were all in competition together, but they could also work with each other. But now, because you've got two different types of companies in Hollywood, you've got tech ones, and then you've got Hollywood companies, there really is just it feels very fractured. That's what the AMPTP feels like. And that's why we watched that TikTok where he was talking about the fact that, you know, these you might, as we're already seeing with A24 and with indie companies, what might happen is that we get on board one of these major companies who can't take it anymore, and then hopefully it produces a domino effect that way. Are guild members actively trying to get work with A24 and any company that's not met union demands? Well, like I was saying earlier, the one thing that sucks about right now, companies like A24 who are being given interim agreements, is that those are for movies that are starring A-list talent. So A-listers who already are not the ones who have felt the squeeze in recent years are the ones who are getting those jobs, who are continuing to work. Used to be a cartel, now it's a cartel with too many members fighting for limited resources. Yeah. And also whose business models are in contrast with each other. A24 is still considered indie, yes, because it's not a major Hollywood company. Do all studios need to sign individually like A24? There are people who can make all this. So, I mean, that's... They don't need to sign individually, but that is what might happen if these strikes continue, where there is not one minimum basic agreement contract that is agreed upon between the unions and the AMPTP. Okay, what do I want to... Oh god, that's really bright. I hate when I do dark mode and it looks like this. This looks like shit. All right. We're just gonna do a brief little update on this. Very brief. And then I'm gonna get to the UFOs. Is it still Netflix being the holdout? I mean, as of right now, all the major companies are holding out. But Netflix is a big problem because Netflix employs something like 40% of WGA members. Like, Netflix is still the dominant company with streaming. Is it possible that the pay isn't the issue? No. The pay is the issue. The pay is the issue. Just gonna stop you right there. Okay, so we talked about Ariana Grande's alleged affair with co-star Ethan Slater. Riot Juice, thank you for the tier 1. Now, the latest revelation is that Ariana Grande had reportedly befriended his wife before the cheating scandal came to light. So the way that this timeline has been shaping up is that, to no surprise, it seems as if Ariana Grande and Ethan Slater, aka formerly SpongeBob on Broadway, began an affair as they started shooting Wicked last July. When both of them were married, Ethan Slater had been married with his wife since 2011, and they recently had a baby. So Ariana Grande allegedly had hung out with the couple when his wife would come to visit the set in London. And before Ethan Slater's Instagram account went private, Ariana often liked posts that were dedicated to his wife. Now, once again, this is so reminiscent of Olivia Munn and John Mulaney, in that Olivia Munn had been a John Mulaney fan for a long time, as she says, and she was at the same wedding as he and his wife, and so she tried to befriend them as a couple and would like his posts and his content about his wife. Yikes! Also, supposedly, he asked her for a divorce only days before the news broke that he and Ari were having an affair. So, yeah, not great. The other thing is that this bozo just ruined an over decades-long relationship with his college sweetheart, who he has a baby with, for somebody who's going to move on, thank you next, to the next unavailable dude in a minute. Right? Like, this is Miss Thank You Next. I don't know what's going on, but did Ariana Grande piss off the Illuminati or something? Where is this all coming from? No, it's all coming from the fact that they were very obvious about this supposed affair. Ethan Slater's estranged wife, Lily J, feels he abandoned his family and feels betrayed following the news that he's dating Ariana Grande. Listen, TMZ, as much as we make fun of them, TMZ has been at the forefront of breaking news. Okay, let's not forget that TMZ was the first to report that Kobe Bryant and his daughter had died. TMZ also reports that Ariana used to hang out with both Ethan and Lily while they were still a married couple. Maybe she's trying to write the next thank you next. Yeah. Thank you next. Again. There's no shot this works out for him. No, not at all. That's why it's like so, ugh. This fucking man. He just totally blew up his life for somebody who's going to ditch his ass, ditch his little SpongeBob ass for the next unavailable man. Yeah, break up with your girlfriend, break up with your wife, because I'm bored. He's definitely punching above his weight with the women. That's what I'm saying. Like, look at his wife. She's beautiful. He was already lucky, okay? Is he 20 or 50? It's hard to tell. I know. Okay, anyway, that's the little update. Now we get to today's air quotes whistleblower. Like I said earlier, I cannot believe how many people I've seen online taking this seriously. I had to scroll so far on Twitter to find somebody who was like, I cannot believe you guys are taking this seriously. What's going on? Okay, so before we get to this, I do not stand by the opinion that there is no way there is other life out there, okay? I don't know that. We don't know that. Now, we're going to talk about the Fermi paradox after this, which is a theory as to why we have not found concrete proof of other life. But my opinion on David Grush and this whistleblowing that he did has nothing to do with me then claiming that there are no aliens, extraterrestrial life, whatever. Okay? I just cannot believe that there was a whole ass X-Files taking place in a congressional hearing today and that people are taking it seriously.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA.
Would open Hassan's stream to see if he moved on. He didn't for hours. Yeah, that's because he probably was getting stun locked every 2 seconds. I'm not going to get stun locked every 2 seconds because I want to get to Sinead O'Connor.
At the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy.
Also, I can't believe this needs to be said, but just because someone testifies under oath does not mean that they are telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay? Let's be clear about that. All right? Just because someone is testifying under oath, just because Congress has decided to allow it into a hearing, does not mean that evidence has been provided that has Congress going, yeah, this is real.
Above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country.
Okay, so to be clear, what he's saying is, bro, trust me, I've heard stories. All right? He literally just said, my testimony is from people who are credible, who have told me stories. Okay?
Many of whom also have shared compelling evidence.
Source, trust me, bro.
Official documentation and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency.
Okay, increased transparency. AOC and Mace asked the only questions that mattered. Yes. Can I get the names of the people you interviewed and where to look for more info? And every time he would be pushed on something like that, he'd go, I cannot tell you because it's a public setting, but I'll tell you in private, bro. Okay? I can't say it here, but don't worry. I've got the deets. Trust me, bro. I'll tell you over a brewski. Okay.
Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay, so that was his opening statement.
Reported your experiences with a UAP. Did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
Oh my God, I just realized this is a different dude. They're both just white and bald.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation
I didn't realize till now that they're two different dudes.
campaign within our government to deny existence
I
of
guess he's not
UAPs,
totally
yes or no?
bald.
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
Okay, wait, hold on. M. Worms, thank you for the tier
Existence of
1.
UAP. Do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for
Personal
Mr. Faber.
estimate.
As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an
This dude just said, oh, yeah, about 95%. That's my personal estimate. So, source me. Okay, anyway.
object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain gang
Name
members,
names,
or et cetera,
bro.
but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public
Okay,
setting.
bro. This guy is the worst whistleblower ever. Okay. For so many reasons. Okay, some of you are in chat being like, so you don't believe in aliens? You must have missed the beginning before we started watching this, where I'm saying my response to what is obviously a crock pot full of shit has nothing to do with me claiming definitively that there are no other forms of life out in the universe, okay? This is me saying this is a crock of shit. And I cannot believe how many people online are taking this so seriously.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this
Trust me, bro.
documentary evidence, is video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and you
So
may
is
or may
that
not
a
be able to answer my
yes?
last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Okay.
This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time.
Okay. This dude's being so, you know what's interesting is that he has claimed since he started blowing the whistle earlier this year that his life has been under threat. And I'm like, for what, bro? For what? The other thing is, and this is very telling, he refused to testify under oath to things that he has said previously in an interview that he did with News Nation. So I don't know if anybody saw this interview, if you remember this interview, but he did a big, exclusive, explosive interview with News Nation. And he made some pretty wild claims that he refused to testify to under oath in the hearing today. Okay. Yeah, actual whistleblowers usually end up dead. Right. He's been saying this stuff for months now. So let's look at some of the things that he has said previously that he would not testify to under oath today. So in this interview with News Nation that he did back in like a couple months ago or so, he expanded on some of his bold claims and then added a few new ones, though he did not provide any evidence behind his word. This is the pattern here. David Grush makes wild claims and then provides zero evidence and literally just goes, "Trust me, bro. I've been told by credible sources." Okay, so here's the most eye-opening allegations from his 40-minute interview. He said that the UFOs could be from another dimension. "I don't want to necessarily denote origin," he said. "I don't think we have all the data to say, oh, they're coming from a certain location." He proposed that the vehicles the Pentagon is hiding could have come from a different physical dimension as described in quantum mechanics, saying, "We know there are extra dimensions due to high energy particle collisions, and there's a theoretical framework to explain that. It could be that this is not necessarily extraterrestrial, and actually that it's coming from a higher dimensional physical space that might be co-located right here." Quantum, that's right, baby, quantum. In the interview, he reiterated that he has not personally seen the evidence of non-human technology, but that intelligence officials he spoke with as part of his role on the UFO task force have told him of its existence. Okay. The Vatican was in on a UFO cover-up. Well, listen, if there's one thing that we know, it's that the Vatican is well-versed in cover-ups. But in this particular instance, I don't know. I think they were too busy covering up sex abuse crimes. So Grush claimed that the first UFO case he was briefed on involved a vehicle downed in Italy in 1933. The Mussolini government had allegedly kept it in storage until near the end of World War II. Pope Pius XII back-channeled the existence of the object to the United States, which obtained it in 1944 or 1945. Who told the Pope? Okay, there may be massive Crafts. He said he has spoken with intelligence officials who have been briefed on giant UFOs observed by the U.S. military. A lot of them are very large, he claimed, like a football field kind of size. I remember interviewing these personnel and thinking either these people are lying to me, having a psychotic break, or this is some crazy but true stuff that's happening. And I have no good explanation that's prosaic at all for this, because this is not explainable by swamp gas, St. Elmo's fire, a ball of lightning, etc. This is like tangible technical craft we're seeing up close and personal in some cases. So there are UFOs the size of football fields that somehow were not noticed by anybody besides these intelligence official bros who told then David Grush. Okay. A private contractor is currently storing a UFO. He claimed that a secret UFO retrieval program, and again, you guys, I need to emphasize, he would not testify to any of these things that he has said previously today when he was under oath. Grush claimed a secret UFO retrieval program that the government has not publicly acknowledged has given a craft to a defense contractor. I don't want, was it Dick Cheney? I don't want to name the specific companies, Halliburton, the specific companies and government elements, but overall, the government has been the custodian of UFO evidence, and they'll hand receipt it out to a clear defense contractor to do some analysis. Grush, who wants the alleged findings to be released for wider research opportunities in the private sector and academia, has some problems with this. You basically have a sole source arrangement, and you allow certain private corporate elements to look at this, develop a potential insight, and sell it back to the government for a profit. I think that's totally unethical. Dude, in any other case, I would be right there with you. I just don't believe that this is true. Okay. The UFOs have gotten aggressive at times. The logical fallacy there is because they're advanced, they're kind, said Grush of the mostly harmless run-ins that have occurred with alleged UFOs over the years. But the ex-intelligence officer claimed that there is evidence of malevolent activity by UFOs. Basically, he's saying that ET went bad. I'm bored, so I believe him. See, that's a problem. He said ET's now evil T. By UFOs, including nuclear site probing. If we look at it through a humanistic lens, it appears negative, he said. Okay, and now this is the one that I think is the most damning that, again, he would not testify to under oath. Although Grush claimed he couldn't disclose whether UFOs have ever harmed anyone because it would reveal certain U.S. classified operations. How would you not be able to disclose that? But you're saying everything else. He said that people briefed on the matter told him there have been malevolent events in which humans were hurt. Aesthetically challenging, y'all. Grush did say, however, that he saw substantive evidence that white-collar crime had been committed to cover up the clandestine UFO programs. Yeah, not blowing the whistle a lot, my guy. He claimed officials he interviewed have described killings done over the years in order to hide the operations. Yeah, I've heard some really un-American things I don't want to repeat right now. I want to be clear again. Me saying that this is bullshit is not me going, the government would never kill anybody. The government would never cover anything up. I ain't sucking the government's dick. However, when it comes to David Grush, whistleblowing in this situation, I'm not jumping on board. Also, the fact that he said he's heard some really un-American things. It's like, baby, that is American. You think that's un-American? Then actually, you know what? You haven't been paying attention. Yeah, and the reason that his allegations are taken seriously is because he was a former intelligence officer working on the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, which is the Department of Defense's UFO research wing. That's why there's a hearing. Okay, this is not, you know, some random dude with a megaphone on the side of the street being like, aliens!
Certain elected leaders that had more information that, I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
In your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac shaped object.
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough.
Also, whenever he's talking about like who his sources are, all I can see is him. Want to see him? Yeah, they were confirmed to be non-human.
Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Or
Can
Randy
you describe
Quaid, yeah.
how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence.
By the way, you know if SNL was airing, there would be a sketch this Saturday. Okay.
And it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was
He's
it armed?
smiling.
No, never felt threatened.
Why is he smiling?
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in
He's
possession
excited.
of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
Yeah, I can turn it up.
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
Yeah, he does. I agree with you. He does seem more credible than the other two, especially David.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac?
Except for the smile, though. Except for the smile, just like what he's saying. David just keeps being like, I can tell you in private. But vibes are off on all of them.
Of any other nation on the earth.
No, I said, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
And to be clear, when I say more credible, that's not me going, oh yeah, this is true now.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some.
Thank you for the raid,
investigations to do.
Funkmaster.
I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Are the aliens spying on us?
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that
They're
these
probing us?
UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor.
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor.
Yeah,
you know,
bro, man, these whistleblowers are so boring, right? Like, if you're going to have this huge moment where you are given a hearing, you get to provide testimony in front of Congress, and your answers to these questions are, I can't answer that. I can't speak to that. I can tell you in private, but I can't hear. I don't know. I'm afraid of how many people are going to fall for this shit. Dude, so many already, okay? So many already. UFOs are officially mainstream. Doo, 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 doo. Even Congress is getting on the hype. Earlier today, 3 witnesses came before Congress to testify about their experiences with unidentified flying objects. A former Navy pilot spoke of the mysterious objects that he has seen with his own eyes and through radar, and how frequently pilots encounter them in the air. A retired Navy commander described the time he pulled his jet up to a tic-tac-shaped object hovering over the ocean, then watched it suddenly speed up and vanish. The most anticipated remarks, however, came from a former military intelligence officer named David Grush, who went public with his account just last month. He told the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security that the American government has spent decades secretly recovering mysterious vehicles that have crashed on the ground, and has determined the material to be of non-human origin, aka aliens. The government also attempted to reverse engineer some of the technology, according to Grush, and it's doing this all clandestinely, without proper supervision by Congress. In the hearing, he expanded on his previous claims in response to lawmakers' questions. If elected officials had never heard about this effort before, how did it get any funding? The military pilfered money that had been allocated for its other programs. A defense official recently testified before Congress that the U.S. military hasn't found any evidence of extraterrestrial activity on Earth. Is that statement correct? It's not accurate. Has any of the activity been aggressive or hostile? My colleagues have gotten physically injured. By UFOs or by people within the government? Both. After not holding a hearing on UFOs for more than half a century, Congress has recently held 2 in as many years. In that sense, we can count today's events as historic. But as in the other hearings, this one had no big reveal. No grand answer to humankind's most existential questions about our place in the universe. The hype surrounding the hearing, and there has been considerable hype, says more about the people who tuned in than about Grush's claims. Just as it did in the late 1940s when stories of flying saucers over Washington state and crash landings in New Mexico captivated the nation, UFO fever today indicates that the Americans feel that their government knows more than it's letting on. But this sentiment is not new, nor is Americans' belief in conspiracy theories. Though research suggests that conspiracy thinking is not getting worse in the modern-day United States, we are in a moment of acute public curiosity about and acceptance of conspiracism. Compared with QAnon, vaccine microchips, and stolen elections, a big UFO cover-up might seem almost reasonable, even if that cover-up involves, as Grush previously claimed in an interview, the military discovering the dead pilots of alien craft. In Congress today, he declined to give specifics about this and many other claims, saying that there was only so much he could disclose to the public and that he could elaborate in a closed setting. Again, this is why the term whistleblower is inaccurately given to him. The past several years have coincided with an unprecedented mainstreaming of UFO culture. In 2017, when an interstellar object showed up in our solar system, most scientists agreed that it was an asteroid or a comet, but some said it could have been an alien spaceship. Later that year, the New York Times and other news outlets revealed that the Pentagon had a covert program dedicated to cataloging UFOs. Then, NASA decided to weigh in on the topic after years of steering clear, and convened a team to consider UFOs in a scientific perspective. And who can forget the spy balloons that the military shot out of the sky this year? These events have unfolded against a shift in public knowledge about the universe beyond Earth, which might help explain why people are interested. In the 1940s, the only planets we knew of were the ones around our sun, and scientists had only recently determined that there were galaxies other than our own. Today, astronomers have discovered more than 5,000 exoplanets, and telescopes can see nearly all the way back to the Big Bang. In the face of so many wonders, the question of whether we're sharing them with anyone else becomes more urgent, and might even seem more answerable. I think people are just ready, or at least excited about the possibilities of alien contact, maybe more than ever. Yeah, that's because everybody wants to fuck an alien. Congress has contributed to this mainstreaming too. Under the instruction of lawmakers, the Pentagon last year established a special office dedicated to investigating reports of unexplainable phenomena in the sky, at sea, and on land. The effort has been unusually bipartisan, with both far-right Republicans and progressive Democrats calling on the military to be more transparent. Just this month, Senator Chuck Schumer introduced legislation that would create a commission with the authority to declassify government documents about UFOs. Can we just get healthcare, man? The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena, Schumer said in a statement. Yes, we do. But some undisclosed documents about UFOs is not synonymous with incontrovertible evidence that aliens have visited Earth. UFOs are just that, objects that are flying and that we cannot yet identify. If the military is misusing taxpayer money to investigate mysterious debris it doesn't recognize, then that's bad, whether it's the remnants of drones from another nation or a non-human craft. If that's the case, and auditors have not been allowed into these programs, and there's illegal layers of secrecy, then that's really important to disclose, independent of any connection to anything else, anything otherworldly. But even as lawmakers assert that UFOs are primarily a national security concern by invoking aliens in their discussions, They lend credence to the idea that a connection between the two exists. Bro, how do we even know what aliens look like? Everybody's like, yeah, I saw a UFO, I saw aliens. Like, how do you know that you'd even be able to see it? Grush was careful to tell lawmakers that he was only speaking to the facts as I have been told them, aka source, trust me, bro. That is, he has not seen any evidence of alien wreckage or its inhabitants himself. And in general, though his claims are steeped in the language of authority, he simply has not been able to offer any concrete proof. The news website that first published his claims reported that the Pentagon had cleared him to speak publicly, but that means only that his remarks don't contain classified information, not that they are true. All right, so again, just because he's been cleared to speak publicly doesn't mean that what he's saying is true. Testifying under oath before Congress is not a measure of truth. Outside the hearing, some lawmakers seemed like they didn't know what to make of the claims. The prospect of extraterrestrial interlopers may be a national security question, but it's also a scientific one. Science requires data, and secondhand accounts just aren't data. What? Trust me, bro, isn't scientific data? When NASA brings back rocks on the moon, those rocks are shared with qualified people. David Spergel, an astrophysicist at Princeton who chaired NASA's Committee on UFOs, told me, imagine we had some samples of some craft and we really want to understand what it was. You would make materials from those small samples available for labs anywhere in the world. In other words, meaningful testimony would show evidence of alien ships and pilots, not just tell the public about them. Okay. Again, meaningful testimony, whistleblower type testimony would show evidence of alien ships and pilots, not just telling the public, don't worry, I saw them. That would be pretty awesome, he said, but it's not what we've got. Today, we heard some extraordinary claims, and to quote Carl Sagan, they require extraordinary evidence. Now, let's talk about why can't we see evidence of alien life?
Somewhere out there in that vast universe, there must surely be countless other planets teeming with life. But why don't we see any evidence of it? Well, this is the famous question asked by Enrico Fermi in 1950. Where is everybody? Conspiracy theorists claim that UFOs are visiting all the time and the reports are just being covered up. But honestly, they aren't very convincing. But that leaves a real riddle. In the past year, the Kepler Space Observatory has found
Yeah, we can watch the SNL skit after.
hundreds of planets just around nearby.
Wait, you guys can't hear? It's so loud. Let me go. What's going on? It's so loud. It's like blasting in my ears. Wait, restore 230% volume?
Stars.
Yeah,
And if
it's
you
fine.
extrapolate that data, it looks like there could be 500 billion planets just in our own galaxy. If only 1 in 10,000 has conditions that might support a form of life, that's still 50 million possible life-harboring planets right here in the Milky Way. So here's the riddle. Our Earth didn't form until about 9 billion years after the Big Bang. Countless other planets in our galaxy.
Now, okay, I just turned it up a little bit. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to. I was trying to...
Galaxy should have formed earlier.
Okay, how's that?
And given life a chance to get underway.
I'm sorry. Super Dricon9192, thank you for the 20. Was that a reward for blowing up everyone's ears? I'm sorry, y'all. Thank you for that, for those 20 gift subs. Now, 20 people will be lucky and not have to watch ads and will instead have their eardrums blown out of their heads. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. I know it was loud. I know. Okay, let me test it out.
Billions, or certainly many millions of years earlier than happened on Earth.
Hold on.
If just a few of them had spawned intelligent life and started creating technologies,
Here we go.
those
Is that better?
technologies would have had millions of years to grow in complexity and
What?
power. On Earth, we've seen how dramatically
Big Sports Crowley, thank you for the 3. Okay.
technology can accelerate in just 100 years. In millions of years, an intelligent alien civilization could easily have spread out across the galaxy, perhaps creating giant energy harvesting artifacts.
Oh my god, I think everyone's gifting subs because they're deaf now. RDK, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. I literally made everyone lose their hearing. Uh-oh, Oreo, thank you for the 6.
Or fleets of colonizing spaceships, or glorious works of art that fill the night sky. At the very least, you'd think they'd be revealing their presence, deliberately or otherwise, through electromagnetic signals of one kind or another. And yet we see no convincing evidence of any of it. Why?
Why?
Well, there are numerous possible answers, some of them quite dark. Maybe a single
Hey,
superintelligent
Essie! Thank you for those bits. 1,000 big ones.
civilization has indeed taken over the galaxy and has imposed strict radio silence because it's paranoid of any potential competitors. It's just sitting there ready to obliterate anything that becomes a threat. Or maybe they're not that intelligent.
Luceran, thank you for the
Or perhaps
gifted.
the evolution of an intelligence capable of creating sophisticated technology is far rarer.
My goodness, what is happening? I really did just destroy everyone's eardrums and now I'm getting gifted for it. Maybe maybe everyone's grateful for it. So they don't have to I don't know, they don't have to listen to bullshit anymore. Slattern, thank you for the 5. Yeah, deaf equals subs. They're like, actually, I kind of like this. I kind of like not being able to hear. Or maybe I actually restored y'all's hearing. So you're hearing stream for the first time and you're like, this is great. Indie, thank you for the gifted.
Than we've assumed. After all, it's only happened once on Earth in 4 billion years. Maybe even that was incredibly lucky. Maybe we are the first such civilization.
Are you yelling my name? Oh, I thought we ate dinner. You got dinner again? Born a Raven, thank you for the gift. No, I think I'm deaf too. We're all deaf. But what about second dinner? What about third dinner?
Or perhaps civilization carries with it the seeds of its own destruction through the inability to control the technologies it creates. But there are numerous more hopeful answers. I mean, for a start, we're not looking that hard, and we're spending a pitiful amount of money on it. Only a tiny fraction.
Okay. I know we're 3 minutes into this. I actually want to watch, I want to watch this one instead on the Fermi Paradox. So if you don't know what the Fermi Paradox is, it is...
Are we the only
why
living...
is it so loud? Oh, I am now deaf. I am now deaf too. What is happening? What is going on? God damn it. This is... Okay. But now I know. We're all in the same boat. You're the streamer, bro? I know, bro. I don't know what's going on. Bear Cilium, thank you for the 5. I do not know what's happening. I don't understand. I don't know. Make everyone deaf, myself included. We get gifted subs. It must be your interface. Bro, I know. This is fucked. Okay, here.
Things in the entire universe. The observable universe is about 90 billion light years in diameter. There are at least 100 billion galaxies, each with 100 to 1,000 billion stars. Recently, we've learned that planets are very common too.
Okay, is that volume okay? And no, my volume master is not. It's at 100%.
And there are probably trillions and trillions of habitable planets in the universe, which means there should be lots of opportunity for life to develop and exist, right? But where is it? Shouldn't the universe be teeming with spaceships? Let's take a step back.
I was gonna put on the subtitles, but...
Even if there are alien civilizations
those
in
are the
other galaxies,
subtitles.
There's no way we'll ever know about them. Basically, everything outside of our
Here, I'll turn my
direct
mic
galactic
down.
neighborhood, the so-called local group, is pretty much out of our reach forever because of the expansion of the universe. Even if we had really fast spaceships, it would literally take billions of years to reach these places, traveling through the emptiest areas in the universe. So let's focus on the Milky Way. The Milky Way is our home galaxy. It consists of up to 400 billion stars. That's a lot of stars. Counting one per second, it would take you 100 lifetimes to count them all. There are about 20 billion sun-like stars in the Milky Way, and estimates suggest that a fifth of them have an Earth-sized planet in its habitable zone, the area with conditions that enable life to exist. If only 0.1% of those planets harbored life, there would be 1 million planets with life in the Milky Way. But wait, there's more. The Milky Way is about 13 billion years old. In the beginning, it would not have been a good place for life because things exploded a lot. But after 1 to 2 billion years, the first habitable planets were born. Earth is only 4 billion years old, so there have probably been trillions of chances for life to develop on other planets in the past. If only a single one of them had developed into a space-traveling super-civilization, we would have noticed by now. What would such a civilization look like? There are 3 categories. A Type 1 civilization would be able to access the whole energy available on its planet. In case you're wondering, we're currently around 0.73 on the scale, and we should reach Type 1 sometime in the next couple of hundred years. Type 2 would be a civilization capable of harnessing all of the energy of its home star. This would require some serious science fiction, but it is doable in principle. Concepts like the Dyson sphere, a giant complex surrounding the Sun, would be conceivable. Type 3 is a civilization that basically controls its whole galaxy and its energy. An alien race this advanced would probably be godlike to us. But why should we be able to see such an alien civilization in the first place? If we were to build generation spaceships that could sustain a population for around 1,000 years, we could colonize the whole galaxy in 2 million years. Sounds like a long time, but remember, the Milky Way is huge. So if it takes a couple of million years to colonize the entire galaxy, and there are possibly millions, if not billions of planets that sustain life in the Milky Way, and these other life forms have had considerably more time than we've had, then where are all the aliens?
Where are they?
This is the Fermi paradox, and nobody has an answer to it. But we do have some ideas. Let's talk about filters. A filter in this context represents a barrier that is really hard for life to overcome. They come in various degrees of scary. 1. There are great filters, and we have passed them. Maybe it is way harder for complex life to develop than we think, The process allowing life to begin hasn't yet been completely figured out, and the conditions required may be really complicated. Maybe in the past, the universe was way more hostile.
The only reason, thank you for the 5. Yo, lots of gifted subs tonight. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. What was I going to say? Oh, I was laughing at tweets that were like, we know that there is definitely intelligent life because they ain't coming here. Earth is like, we don't go there. They're intelligent because they don't come here.
And only recently have things cooled down to make complex life possible. This would also mean that we may be unique, or at least one of the first, if not the first, civilization in the entire universe. 2, there are great filters, and they are ahead of us. This one would be really, really bad. Maybe life on our level exists everywhere in the universe, but it gets destroyed when it reaches a certain point, a point that lies ahead of us. For example,
Earth is the Florida of the universe. Both of you just made that joke back to back. It's a great joke.
awesome future technology exists, but when activated, it destroys the planet. The last words of every advanced civilization would be, "This new device will solve all of our problems once I push this button." If this is true, then we are closer to the end than the beginning of human existence. Or maybe there is an ancient Type 3 civilization that monitors the universe, and once a civilization is advanced enough, it gets eliminated in an instant. Maybe there is something out there that it would be better not to discover. There is no way for us to know. One final thought, maybe we're alone. Right now, we have no evidence that there's any life besides us. Nothing. The universe appears to be empty and dead. No one sending us messages, no one answering our calls. We may be completely alone, trapped on a tiny moist mud ball in an eternal universe. Does that thought scare you? If it does, you're having the correct emotional reaction. If we let life on this planet die...
He sounds like John Oliver. Does that scare you? Good. Then you're like everybody else.
Perhaps there will be no life left in the universe. Life will be gone, maybe forever. If this is the case, we just have to venture to the stars and become the first Type 3 civilization to keep the delicate flame of life existing and to spread it until the universe breathes its final breath and vanishes into oblivion. The universe is too beautiful not to be experienced by someone. This video was made possible.
Notice how alien proof started coming out after Ariana Grande cheated with SpongeBob SquarePants. You're right. I see what you're cooking up there. And I think there's something to it. By the way, that video has 33 million views.
There are probably 10,000 stars.
Okay, so this is part 2.
For every grain of sand on Earth in the observable universe. We know that there might be trillions of planets, so where are all the aliens? This is the Fermi paradox. If you want to know more about it, watch part 1. Here, we look at possible solutions to the Fermi paradox. So, will we be destroyed, or does a glorious future await us?
Will we be destroyed, or does a lovely
Space
future
travel is hard.
await
Although
us?
possible, it's an enormous challenge to travel to other stars. Massive amounts of material have to be put into orbit and assembled. A journey of maybe thousands of years needs to be survived by a population big enough to start from scratch. And the planet might not be as hospitable as it seemed from afar. It was already extremely hard to set up a spaceship that could survive the trip. An interstellar invasion might be impossible to pull off. Also, consider time. The universe is very old. On Earth, there's been life for at least 3.6 billion years. Intelligent human life for about 250,000 years, but only for about a century have we had the technology to communicate over great distances. There might have been grand alien empires that stretched across thousands of systems and existed for millions of years, and we might just have missed them. There might be grandiose ruins rotting away on distant worlds. 99% of all species on Earth have died out. It's easy to argue that this will be our fate sooner or later. Intelligent life may develop, spread over a few systems, and die off over and over again. but galactic civilizations might never meet. So maybe it's a unifying experience for life in the universe to look at the stars and wonder, where is everyone? But there is no reason to assume aliens are like us or that our logic applies to them. It might just be that our means of communication are extremely primitive and outdated. Imagine sitting in a house with a Morse code transmitter. You'd keep sending messages, but nobody would answer, and you'd feel pretty lonely. Maybe we're still undetectable for intelligent species, and will remain so until we learn to communicate properly. And even if we met aliens, we might be too different to be able to communicate with them in a meaningful way. Imagine the smartest squirrel you can. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to explain our society to it.
I saw this quote that was like, okay, when we think of extraterrestrial life, like how can we imagine what that looks like? Obviously, people's imaginations have come from the movies. When we think about extraterrestrial life, it's like imagining a color that we've never seen. It's like trying to imagine a color that you've never seen, right? How do we know what it would look like? How do we know that we would, with our technology, be able to detect anything?
After all, from the squirrel's perspective, a tree is all that a sophisticated intelligence like itself needs to survive. So, humans cutting down whole forests is madness. But we don't destroy forests because we hate squirrels, we just want the resources. The squirrel's wishes and the squirrel's survival are of no concern to us. A Type 3 civilization in need of resources may treat us in a similar way. They might just evaporate our oceans to make collecting whatever they need easier. One of the aliens might think for a second, oh, tiny little apes, they build really cute concrete structures. Oh well, now they're dead, before activating warp speed. But if there is a civilization out there that wants to eliminate other species, it's far more likely that it will be motivated by culture rather than by economics. And anyway, it would be more effective to automate the process by constructing the perfect weapon. A self-replicating space probe made from nanomachines. They operate on a molecular level incredibly fast and deadly, with the power to attack and dismantle anything in an instant. You only need to give them 4 instructions. 1. Find a planet with life. 2. Disassemble everything on this planet into its component parts. 3. Use the resources to build new space probes. 4. Repeat. A doomsday machine like this could render a galaxy sterile in a few million years. But why would you fly light years to gather resources or commit genocide? The speed of light is actually not very fast. If someone could travel at the speed of light, it would still take 100,000 years to cross the Milky Way once, and you'll probably travel way slower. There might be way more enjoyable things than destroying civilizations and building empires. An interesting concept is the matryoshka.
No. There's nothing better. There's nothing better than just destroying civilizations and building empires.
A megastructure surrounding a star. A computer of such computing power that an entire species could upload their consciousness and exist in a simulated universe. Potentially, one could experience an eternity of pure ecstasies without ever being bored or sad. A perfect life. If built around a red dwarf, this computer could be powered for up to 10 trillion years. Who would want to conquer the galaxy or make contact with other life forms if this were an option? All these solutions to the Fermi paradox have one problem. We don't know where the borders of technology are. We could be close to the limit or nowhere near it, and super technology awaits us, granting us immortality, transporting us to other galaxies, elevating us to the level of gods. One thing we do have to acknowledge is that we really don't know anything. Humans have spent more than 90% of their existence as hunter-gatherers. 500 years ago, we thought we were the center of the universe. 200 years ago, we stopped using human labor as the main source of energy. 30 years ago, we had apocalyptic weapons pointed at each other because of political disagreements. In the galactic timescale, we are embryos. We've come far, but still have a long way to go. The mindset that we really are the center of the universe is still strong in humans, so it's easy to make arrogant assumptions about life in the universe. But in the end, there's only one way to find out, right? Hey everybody, we finally have our own sub.
Yeah, so, you know, kind of the idea is that by the time a civilization, let's say other life forms had existed, developed the technology, so this is one of the theories, developed the technology to be able to communicate with other life forms, like they destroyed themselves. That's if you assume that if there were life forms that came before us, that they behaved in the way that we do, which is to pilfer the planet that you live on until you completely and utterly destroy it. Why did this video seem so short the second time I watched it? Probably because you understood it more. That's usually what happens. Yeah, I will link here. I'll link the first one.
Are we?
Boop. There's that. And then you can find the second one from there. You can find the second one from there. Man, it is one of those things, though, where you see, you know, you see this ongoing debate about extraterrestrial life, about aliens, about space and everything. And that's all great. And of course, I'm a curious person. It's not as if I am, you know, it's not like I'm not waving the alien flag because I don't care about this stuff, but I'm also like, can we just get some fucking healthcare on this fucking planet? Can we please, like, take care of the people on this planet? Can we make sure that we stop destroying this planet? So then we actually would have more time and more energy to search for other life forms. Like, let's fix this shit, man. We have to figure out so many more of our own problems. Right, like, that's why, you know, when you see these billionaires and people who are making their little rockets and going to space, and then there's, you know, the conversation about, oh, where could we go live? Otherwise, I'm like, why can't we just stop fucking up this planet? Why would we have to go live somewhere else? Yeah. Like, I don't want to get all, oh, what's that meme of Afghanistan? And the girl is like, sorry, my Afghanistan is like my father slamming the door. You know what I'm talking about, right? My Afghanistan was hearing my father slam the door every day because he was an addict, whatever it is. My 9/11, whatever. My personal Afghanistan. Yeah. It's not something where I'm like, fuck space exploration in general, because we have, you know, we have so much we need to do here on Earth to fix the problems that we have created. But I do feel like, I don't know, people who get so caught up in space, alien, extraterrestrial conspiracies, whatever, like they just get, like, that's what they put all their time and energy into. And, you know, using taxpayer dollars so that David Grush and his two buddies can get up there and be like, yo, there's aliens. That just all feels very, you know, It just feels very much so like, really? Is this what's at the top of the... Is this what's at the top of the list of important things? And you know what happens is, like, why conspiracy theories become so popular is because it's a way for people to have something. It's a way for people to make sense of how nonsensical our own existence is. Especially people who, you know, every single day, like, life is hard, struggle to get by, doesn't make any sense. Why am I even here? Yeah, it is escapism. Yeah. Everyone's a non-believer till they get abducted. True.
Are we the only...
I just go back to, like, normal. I don't just go back to my list. Okay. I wanted to watch. Not to derail, but have you seen this? Have you ever ratioed someone? No. This can't be real. Have you ever ratioed someone so hard they got a lawyer? Fiona, the Twitch streamer Bean has retained my law firm to represent him in connection with your defamatory July 13th, 2023 Twitter post about him. The post. Within the post, you have made false and damaging statements about Bean to the Twitter and gaming communities and internet users worldwide. Immediately remove and or otherwise delete the post. Cease and desist from all further publication of the false statements contained in the post and any other false statements about Bean and can confirm the same to me, blah, blah. Should you retain counsel related to this matter, please immediately direct this request to your attorney. On July 13th, 2023, Bean replied to a tweet from Twitter user Michaela. Why is Michaela? I feel like she's always in the center of something. You then replied to Bean's tweet with the post. You made the false statements in the post in a clear attempt to damage Bean, harm his partnerships, and promote your own brand to your financial benefit. Bean has spent... This is so unserious, man. Bean has spent considerable time and effort building his audience and reputation and fostering relationships with streaming partners, vendors, and sponsors. Since your publishing, the post has gained more than 34,100 views, 712 likes. That's not even that crazy. And 3 retweets, which further emphasizes the harm you have caused to Bean's reputation and goodwill. Please be advised that publishing false and defamatory statements that harm an individual's reputation, goodwill, or business interests is unlawful. The statements contained in the post are false, and you know them to be false when you knew them to be false when you decided to publish them on Twitter. Indeed, you state that Bean has committed sexual and criminal acts that are provably false. Oh, shit. We have preserved the post and will preserve any additional false or disparaging statements you may publish about Bean. Okay, I don't know anything about this situation. I know nothing about this, but holy shit. Maybe we don't deserve healthcare. Try that in a small town. She called him a pet. Wait. Who the fuck is Bean? Okay, first and foremost, who's Bean? Bean is a WoW player, like a degenerate WoW player. Okay, what was the tweet from Michaela? Knowing Michaela, not like a personal, just from Twitter. The tweet was probably an insult at Bean. Okay. It wasn't a good thing. She got in between T1 and his then girlfriend. He cheated on her with Michaela. So I guess if you're okay, so whatever. It's parasocial weirdness. I don't know how this is still spread around unliked with absolutely zero evidence 7 years later. It's so fucking weird. You all have cancer. Seriously, this subreddit's obsession with me is disgusting. And even if it were true, how the fuck has Tyler not talked about? Is Tyler not talked about the same way? Okay, and then Bean wrote, isn't this on you to disprove that you're not what they're saying, other than you saying there's really spelled this way? There's the possessive, zero proof. Obviously, people would speculate that's just how it works. Also, guys, especially 7 years ago and him being the main story guy in this thing, unfortunately, would be looked at differently than you, which is unfair, but doesn't give this guy's thing less merit. TBH, I care about you or him or the situation. I love when somebody always says this. This is my favorite thing, because you know that someone's going to post a paragraph where they really do care, and then they will always include this line, TBH, I don't really care. I don't really give a shit. And that's what we call untrue. That's what we call, actually, you do really care. But it's on you to defend yourself or disprove this if you wanted to. And honestly, who cares? You made it, get over it, or just disprove it. All right, this Bean guy sounds like a real charmer. I don't care. Immediately hires lawyer. Okay, wait. So Fan's response, I'm assuming, was deleted. Bean Twitch, play Frogger IRL and film it. Guys, I don't know what this means. What the hell is Frogger? He just called a chatter schizo in his stream. Oh. Okay. It means run into traffic. Oh, okay. It's like kiss yourself. It's a roundabout way of saying to people, kiss yourself. Okay. This is the response from Fan. Oh my God. This is like total flashbang. Hold on. Sorry. Bean sent unsolicited dick pics to underage girls and tried to lure them into sleeping with him. He's a fucking creep. Prove me wrong. Okay, so that was the response that then he hired a lawyer for. Because he doesn't care, right? How do I not know Frogger? You guys. I'm not blaming it on me being 30. I'm blaming it on me not being on Twitch or playing video games until I turn 30. The game is like 30 years old. Yeah, but I'm saying that like I did not play a lot. I played like I played like Super Smash. Okay. When I was a kid, played Super Smash Brothers. I played Mario Kart. And I don't know Frogger. Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. You guys are calling me a boomer, but you're also saying that Frogger is really old. So which one is it? Am I a boomer or am I actually secretly a zoomer? Okay, is this an arcade game? You guys, I was not in arcades. It's less about knowing what Frogger is and more about Caroline not being a terminally online degen. Yeah. I was not in arcades. So if or like, I don't know, places where Frogger would be. Like, I never played Street Fighter. I don't even think it's because I was too cool for arcades. Like, I'm sure I would have really enjoyed those. I'm sure that they would have been really fun. I mean, I love that you guys are always like, oh yeah, she was too cool for that. I'm like, I was in theater and choir. That was not considered cool, okay? I mean, listen, when Glee finally came out, we had a moment, but it was not like, oh yeah, she was too cool for school. She was always in theater or choir. I like that now that scene is like, oh, theater kid too cool for school. It's like, no. On Friday nights, my theater friends and I would go to Starbucks. We didn't drink coffee, at least not some of us till senior year, so we would get hot chocolate and then talk about New York, which none of us had ever been to. Remember, I went to high school in Iowa. We would talk about New York like we had been there a million times. Like on a weekend night, we would be in someone's parents' basement doing La Vie Boheme. Like dancing on the couches to La Vie Boheme from Rent. Okay? La Vie Boheme! So there was no like, oh, I wasn't in arcades because I was too cool for school. I was like singing Rent with my friends and we all would have designated parts. Okay. Like I did not drink in high school until my senior year spring break in Mexico. So I was doing all that sober. I was singing Rent sober. Oh, that's funny. Very wholesome. Yeah. There's no way you sang Rent sober. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, my girlfriends and I also used to watch the same movies every weekend. We would watch Teeth, we would watch Jawbreaker, and we'd watch Jennifer's Body. Like every weekend. If you've never seen Teeth, it's a fucking classic, okay? And if you've never seen Jawbreaker or Jennifer's Body, you gotta get with it. We watched Jennifer's Body as one of my first movie nights on stream. That lineup. Yeah. You watch Jennifer's Body every weekend and you're straight. I mean, is anybody like really straight? But I know what you mean. Yeah, no, I was not like hooking up with, I was not experimenting in high school. I didn't even go on dates with dudes. Like in high school, I was not dating boys. Freshman year, okay, this post, I gotta get this off. Freshman year of high school, my first dance I ever went to, homecoming. I was new. I'm new in town. I was new to Iowa. I didn't have any friends. So I befriended the other new girl and we went to homecoming together. But like not in a Portrait of a Lady on Fire way. No. We took awkward photos on her parents on like the stairs. And we went to homecoming together because we didn't have any other friends. Because we were both the new girls. So we were like, all right, I guess we're friends. And then I made a bunch of friends. But I was in theater. So then senior year, my last dance I went to, which was prom, where I was crowned prom queen. Let's not forget about that. I went with a friend of mine who did not necessarily think was straight. So like it's not like I ever went to dances. I was not, I don't know, the whole kids going to dances and then drinking and hooking up. I was like, I've not had that experience. Even by senior year. That was the point, dude. The point was that I was prom queen. That was the point of that story. Anyway, we're off track. Okay, what were we gonna watch? Oh, I promised you guys we could watch.
I'm Agent Morris with the NSA, and this is Special Agent.
You wonder why your mom asked if you were gay. Yeah, that was in response to my weekend. Last weekend. Still have not gotten any notes on my performance.
For Patrick. Now, we know you've all been through quite an ordeal, so we appreciate you making the trip to Washington on such short notice.
Yes, you three experienced the first verified case of alien abduction, so naturally you are of great interest to the United States government.
It's nuts, man. I mean, we're just small-town buds who saw a UFO in the woods. I mean, now we're hanging out with the government.
Okay. Now, after the blue light pulled you into the spacecraft, what is your next memory?
I came to and saw a beautiful being made of like a beautiful calming light.
Yeah, same here. That being touched my head, and I felt every emotion in its purest form. It was amazing, and I cried, sir.
Okay, and you, Miss Rafferty?
Wow. What floor were you guys on? I woke up in a dirty metal dome, and 40 little gray aliens watched me pee in a steel bowl. When they took the bowl, walked out.
Interesting. Were these beings also bathed in light?
No. They were gray with big fat eyes, little mouths. They just stared while I peed. I don't think I was dealing with the top brass.
And how did they instruct you to urinate? Was that telepathically?
No. I woke up, I had to pee like a camel. So I started peeing, and one of the gray aliens slapped the wall and pointed at the bowl. So I got the hint, I kind of ducked, walked over the bowl, peed in it.
Yes, I see. Now, when you all awoke, were you clothed?
I was wrapped in like a robe made out of warm, glowing energy.
Yeah, like a blanket made out of pure love.
Yeah, a little different for me. I had my shirt I came in with, but my pants were gone. So my coot was out. It was full Porky Pig in it in a drafty dome.
Now, did you all stay on the same ship the entire time? Or?
Well, you know, my body did, but my consciousness was shown what lies beyond time and space. It was so beautiful. I'm sorry, I'm just crying just thinking about it a little bit.
Do you need a tissue?
What? No, sorry, I'll use my shirt.
The aliens showed my mind the furnace of all creation, what we would call God.
What? These fancy cats are seeing God. Meanwhile, I'm starting phase 2, which is me sitting on a stool, while 40 gray aliens take turns gently batting my knockers around. Did y'all get the knocker stuff?
No knocker stuff, sorry.
And did you feel threatened, Miss Rafferty?
No. They were real respectful about it. They were in a line, and then one by one they'd step up, slap a knocker, and then go to the end of the line, wait for another turn. It didn't hurt. It was like, I'm sorry, pardon me, Sharon. It's kind of like that. No harm, no foul.
Kind of hurts. Yeah, it hurts.
Perhaps they were collecting biological data?
No, that felt super off the books. I swear to God, there was one gray alien by a door just kind of peeking. I think he was the lookout. Look, it wasn't my worst Wednesday night.
And how did the aliens return you all to Earth?
I was carried down gently. He's crying. I was carried down gently in a cradle of light, placed into a soft bed of wildflowers.
Yeah. The light laid me down like a baby in a meadow near my house. I was smiling and weeping, tears of joy, sir.
All right, well, now this miffs me a little bit. Because my grand exit was out of what was basically like a big airplane toilet, okay? I dropped down 7 feet onto the roof of a Long John Silver's. They threw out my pants separately. They missed the roof. My slacks landed in a frickin' pine tree 30 feet away. So I had to just chill up there with my damn coot and prune shoe hanging out till the place opened up.
Man, you got screwed.
Oh, you think, Todd?
Well, we'd like to take you guys for physical examinations now.
Yeah, all right. They're gonna be any knocker stuff?
Possibly. I'm sorry.
No, don't be. Just be gentle, because they're pretty banged up. Tell me about God. What's God's deal?
God, an actual, like, just great sketch. Great sketch. You've never seen that one? Yeah, it's funny. Especially, like, Ryan Gosling trying to keep it together. I think there's a couple sketches like that, yeah. But I want to get to it's nice and short, some last too long. Yeah, that's with comedy. You got to know when to get out. Got to know when to get out. Okay, we're going to get to the Sinead O'Connor tribute. We're going to talk about Sinead. God, I keep whistling when I say Sinead. Sinead. Let me close some of these. Let me close some of these tabbies. Some of these tabby tabs. Okay. Oh, so fucking sad. know. We're sad about Sinead O'Connor. Yeah. 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 The world lost a legend. It's been a tough week with losses of great legendary artists. First, what's wrong? First, of course, there was Tony Bennett, and we did a Tony Bennett tribute. And then, of course, today, Sinead O'Connor, who was only 56.
The sad news of the death of the singer Sinead O'Connor. I'm joined by the Irish writer Sinead Gleeson. She met Sinead O'Connor and has written about her impact as a musician and, of course, as an activist. Can we start by concentrating on the music before we talk about the person? How good was she as a musician?
The best.
Well, she was incredible, and she was also very unique because she came out of nowhere and started very young. So, the musical landscape of Ireland in the 1980s and 1990s was very male. There was it went from Thin Lizzy to U2 and beyond, and there was a lot of bands. And I'm talking about people, who would turn up on Top of the Pops or be playlisted on British radio. So Sinead was very much out there on her own, and not only was she a female artist in a very male-dominated field, she looked.
More cowbell. I will check that out. And yeah, just so you know, guys, trigger warning when we discuss Sinead and her legacy and the moments throughout her life where particularly she publicly protested something. We will be discussing issues of abuse, and mental health struggles. So just a heads up with that.
The way she did, and she sounded the way she did. She was completely unique. She didn't care what people thought about her. She had a lot of things to say, musically, but also politically, which she did through her music. And I think that a lot of people weren't expecting this very tiny, small, beautiful woman to be speaking about the things she was speaking about and to sound like she did. I mean, her voice, to my mind, still doesn't sound like anybody else. And the fact that she used it very politically and very persuasively makes the music even more important to me and a lot of people of my generation. When I grew up, I didn't know anybody called Sinead growing up. The name that I'd been given, but then Sinead appeared and just changed everything on multiple levels.
Yeah, you're right. She was a striking presence on stage, and it was that shock factor, wasn't it, which accompanied the music, which I think in some ways brought us such notoriety.
Yeah, and I think, we know a lot of stories now post Me Too about the way women are treated in the music industry. And I think from very early on, Sinead decided, I don't want to play that game. I don't want to be, I don't want to kowtow to feminism. I don't want to look a certain way. I want to be taken seriously for my lyrics, for the songs that I wrote. And this is another thing in an industry where, a lot of women were given songs to sing or weren't producing their own music. Sinead was doing both of those things very early on. I mean, Mandinka, the breakthrough single that everybody knows, she was 20, played music, played guitar on it, produced, wrote, and she was doing that right from the start. So right out of the trap, she basically was, I'm going to own this. I'm not going to be some, A&R record company guy's version of what they think a female singer is. I'm going to, cutting off her hair was one way of doing that. And speaking about and singing the songs that she did was also another way of going, I'm not going to be a pop princess. I won't do what you tell me. So that kind of marks Sinead's whole career. I think the idea that she was transgressive, she didn't want to do what she was told, and she had a lot of things to say. And even at great cost, she said those things sometimes.
Her background.
She really was the embodiment of punk culture, right? Not doing what she was told to do if she disagreed with it, not conforming to what managers, record labels, what the industry wanted her to be, not being afraid to say what she thought, and also to say it in a very powerful way, even if it meant risking her career, even if it meant risking her life, right?
I didn't define her, as you say, but she wasn't ever very far from tragedy. And even from a young age, I mean, she talked about the mental health issues she suffered as a young child because her mother had physically and sexually abused her. And then this recent tragedy. Talk to us about that. The sad death of her son, Shane, just 17 years old.
Yeah, Sinead has 4 children, and her daughter Roisin. Actually, I've seen Roisin sing with Sinead on a couple of occasions. Shane died early last year. He was a young man, 17, on the brink of his own life, and I think he'd had his own struggles, and ended his life in a very sad way. I think it was very catastrophic for Sinead. She was very public about her grief, her anger at care home systems in Ireland and at the hospital in particular, and I think had been very public, as she always has been in her life. Whenever Sinead wants to speak about something and is angry about something and feels there's an injustice, which she did in the treatment of her own son and his subsequent death, she spoke out about it. And I think, I can't imagine how the last year and a half, he's been quite quiet and low key. She'd been working on music, so I believe. So I mean, this is the big problem, the big loss we're going to face now. Only 56. She's been making music for, heading on for 40 years. And now that we're not going to hear any new music, we're not going to see what was going to happen next with such a remarkable and unique singer.
Yeah, I think we all have empathy with that, and I don't think anyone gets over the death of their own child. Can we talk about singers and religion? I mean, she had a controversial relationship with the Catholic faith. I think as a result of that, she'd recently converted to Islam. Did she ever talk about that and why she did that?
She talked about a lot of things. I mean, I think if you're a woman who grew up in Ireland in the 80s and 90s, there's a lot of grounds to have a lot of problems with the Catholic Church, not just of that decade, but, historically with, mother and baby homes, Magdalene laundries, all.
Why does he sound contentious? Because he's a British man.
Subjects that Sinead dealt with in her work, the lack of abortion rights, the fact that there was no marriage equality, we didn't have divorce until the 90s, and Sinead spoke about all these things. And I think she was a thorn in the side of a lot of people, particularly people in the church, which is why she railed against them. She spoke up at a time, and the context of this is really important. It wasn't easy to say the things that Sinead said. I think it cost her dearly when she tore up the picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live in America, and it derailed her American career for a long time, and she got a lot of criticism, but she never stopped speaking. It never quietened her down. In fact, it made her more determined. We've had various reports into clerical abuse in Ireland, and Sinead O'Connor was speaking about that when nobody was talking about it. She really decided, I'm not going to be quiet about subjects that are causing intergenerational trauma. And I think she related some of her own experience to this as well. So I think, we had this incredible voice and we had the music, but we also had somebody who was very much an activist and somebody who spoke up for people who maybe didn't have a voice.
Not many artists draw a statement from the Prime Minister, but you can feel the extent of the loss from the statement we got from Leo Varadkar this evening. I mean, she's a loss to the music world, but I get the sense that she's an iconic figure in life there in Ireland.
She's a huge figure. I mean, I was speaking about her on radio earlier, and everybody who was speaking about her was very, very somber. We'd all just heard. I mean, I'm quite devastated, I have to tell you myself about it. There is nobody like her, and we owe her a great debt, not just to all the female musicians who came after her, but for all the kind of conversations that she started that were so important in a kind of social and cultural context in Ireland. And was doing it from such a young age. I mean, 56 is no age to leave this world. And I feel very grateful to her. I think there's a lot of sadness. I can feel it. And everybody seems to be talking about it. I got a lot of messages about it tonight. And I think everyone just feels this, it's such a loss. It's too soon. We needed and wanted more from her. And we won't have that now. So my huge sympathies and condolences go to her family and her children.
Yeah, her 3 children who she leaves behind, indeed so. Sinead Gleeson, thank you for coming on and sharing your thoughts with us this evening, and condolences to everyone who knew her. Thank you very much.
Did Joe Pesci ever apologize for the things he said to her about her, where he said he would smack her? I do not believe so. If somebody can find evidence otherwise, let me know. Okay, so
in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect.
Stop. We're done. We're done with UFOs. What is happening? Why are random videos playing? Okay. Come on. Okay. What did my God, I have so many videos bookmarked on this. Okay, so before we get to this Washington Post video from a couple years ago, which was a mini documentary. With the tagline, it's been 5 years since audiences last saw Sinead O'Connor on a stage and 3 years since a heartbreaking cry for help. Sinead O'Connor's life and career fell apart. Now on tour, she's trying to piece them back together. So this is a recent video on her when she started touring again. You guys, we will of course play the iconic SNL moment. Okay, I'm setting up this whole thing. Don't worry, I have everything ready to go. We will get to SNL. We will talk about that moment. Before, actually, you know what? Let's do bum 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 bum. Let me see. I want to set. she's storytelling. Okay, let's actually, before we get to the Washington Post, I want to watch. I think this is the one that has the interview.
Sinead O'Connor has passed away. This is according to multiple reports. The Irish singer released 10 studio albums over her career and was best known for the single Nothing Compares to You, which was written by Prince and it shot to #1 on the charts in 1990. O'Connor leaves behind 3 children. Her 17-year-old son passed away last year. Sinead O'Connor was 56 years old. And for more on her life and legacy, we're joined now by Eric Alper, music commentator. Eric, good afternoon. Thank you for taking time to speak with us. I wish it was...
Guy literally looks like he would work in music.
...under better circumstances. First off, you know, Sinead O'Connor, let's talk about the impact that she's had on your life as a music aficionado.
Yeah, Sinead and I actually worked together doing the PR for a number of her albums in the 2010. Every time that I got to talk to her, every time I got to hang out with her, she was larger than life. I adored her from the start. You know, when she came on the scene in 1990 with her debut record, not only was it probably one of the most powerful albums I've ever heard in my whole life, but it really led to her entire life of social activism, of standing up for social justice, for human rights, for LGBTQ plus rights, for using your voice as an artist to stand up in what you believe in. And of course, tearing the Pope on Saturday Night Live, absolutely derailing her career. And she loved the idea of stepping away from the spotlight and that pressure. And truth be told, she was right to do all of that. As history has shown, the ability for her to talk about mental health awareness, she encouraged others to seek help and get support. And, you know, you and I talk a lot whenever artists pass away. And, you know, the cliche is always like, you know, may they rest in peace. But I think in terms of Sinead O'Connor, I really absolutely do hope that she finds peace.
With respect to O'Connor's activism, what do you hope that legacy will look like, that will, you know, maybe transform or manifest over, you know, the coming months and years?
Yeah, you know, it's very easy to take for granted the ability for artists, especially in music, to go on social media and talk about the mental health struggles that they go through. The constant...
Right, like, let's keep in mind, okay, talking about mental health now in 2023 is much more normalized. You see more musicians, more artists who are talking about taking mental health breaks, etc., right? When everything that Sinead has ever done in her life, she was always ahead of the times. No one else was doing it for the most part. And that's why she really is she really is a punk protest queen, and one who was unafraid to talk about anything and everything. And she was ridiculed, she was threatened, she was ostracized, she was not taken seriously, with now things that are today openly agreed upon that she was correct about.
Music that they have to release, the constant engagement that they have to do, engaging with their audience, engaging with their fan base, engaging with arguments, suffering, and all of that stuff. So it's very easy to take a look at that and understand, though, that Sinead O'Connor was actually doing that back in 1990. She was actually talking about those issues to an industry that fed upon artists like this over and over again, not really caring so much about what was going on mentally and physically and emotionally for artists. You know, if you complained, you kind of just said, okay, well, you can go back on the road and be happy. Nobody really asked Sinead O'Connor what she wanted to have in her life professionally in order to make herself happy. But she was one of the first people to talk about it in that kind of a realm. You know, and without going too much on a tangent, like, you know, this is like, keep in mind, like, you know, there wasn't a whole lot of advocacy for drug rehab and alcoholism and AA. And it wasn't very easy for artists to actually admit these kind of things while they were going through them. But Sinead O'Connor absolutely was the biggest name out there, and she never, ever shied away from using her voice.
And Eric, what did O'Connor do for rising musicians, budding musicians in the country of Ireland?
You know, musically, I mean, because she was all over the map, she can go from folk to rock to jazz to pop to reggae to classical to torch song in a matter of an album. And so I think that, you know, when you talk about her catalog of albums and live albums and her concerts, the ability to just follow your muse and follow and do what you want to do and create what you want to create. You're never going to figure it out anyway. You're never going to predict what's going to sell and what's not going to sell. So you might as well just do what you want to do and follow your heart and follow your soul and see where that takes you, because you could actually find happiness in selling 100,000 copies as opposed to trying to find it when you're selling 15 million, because she knew. She sold 22 million copies of I Do Not Want What I Have Not Got, and it made her miserable. So the ability for her to continue on and
yeah, she had like the #1 album of the year. That's how massive she was. And I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got. She was nominated for best album at the Grammys, and famously she protested, refused to go to the Grammys, and she decried the gross commercialization of award shows like the Grammys. So, you know, there's just so many ways in which she was a badass bitch.
And doing what she wanted to do, I think is a great lesson for artists out there who want to create anything.
Eric Alper, music commentator, thank you for your remarks and sharing your personal effects and relationship with Sinead O'Connor. Thank you.
Okay, now let's get to some of those iconic moments in her career where not only is Sinead O'Connor such a such a unique voice, one that, you know, we say the words powerful, dynamic, et cetera, but she had the ability, she had the talent that when she was singing, the singing felt like a protest in and of itself. The way that she, you know, the way that she created her sound, the way that she performed, it felt like she could split rock. Like every time Sinead O'Connor you hear her sing, it sounds like her voice with its strength could just split a rock in half. It's like she sang with her whole being. Yeah. Okay, so just a couple of moments throughout her life where she was really ahead of the times. Nearly 30 years before abortion would be made legal in Ireland, Sinead O'Connor joined abortion rights protesters in calling for a change in Irish law.
Scale battle to allow abortion in Ireland. Among the demonstrators was the pop singer Sinead O'Connor, who herself has had 2 abortions. Today she urged an immediate change in the law.
If you're going to admit that a girl who's been raped should be allowed to leave the country for having an abortion, then why not come right out and admit she should be allowed to have it here? To send her away to another country is an Irish solution to an Irish problem.
Abortion will be legalised in this country very soon.
The campaign to let one 14-year-old rape victim go to England for an abortion is growing into a full-scale battle to allow abortion in Ireland. Among the demonstrators was the pop singer Sinead O'Connor, who herself has had 2 abortions. Today she urged an immediate change in the law.
Okay. So there's that moment. Of course, she was, she spoke out for women to have the right to have an abortion. Okay, she did a campaign to raise awareness for HIV/AIDS. So just a heads up, the words that she speaks in this video, these are not her words.
You don't know me, but my story is a common one. Some years ago, my country went to war, and then soldiers came to our town. They raped me, and I became HIV positive. First, my husband left, and then my family burnt my clothes and branded me a witch. I lost everything then. My family, my business, my dignity. Not my words, but the real-life experience of someone forced to live with the stigma that we attach to people living with or affected by HIV. The thing is, there's now a good treatment for HIV, but where's the treatment for the way the rest of us think?
Yeah, so she was a part of Stamp Out Stigma to destigmatize HIV and AIDS. And I know I keep repeating myself, but today you'd be like, oh, what? This was a thing that people were not doing. I'm not saying this is all of you, but there might be some of you, especially younger people, who might not know how stigmatized it was to even talk about HIV and AIDS. And so she was talking about all of this stuff before the public got on board. Okay, this is her talking about why she shaved her head, and it's sad, like, a lot in her life, but also she really was just, she was such a force.
Where I am is where I always wanted to be since I was a little girl, was financially independent of fellas. It's kind of pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, she said, where I am is where I wanted to be since I was a little girl, financially independent of fellas.
I wonder what the food is like.
Okay,
Marvelous.
Here we are.
Where do you want me?
We're going to have you in this chair. You got your first record contract when you were age 17. I mean, what was that like?
Well, I'm sure a lot of female singers my age will laugh when I allude to this, but I got into the record business at a time when, record executives were a little frisky, put it that way. Not in a manner that they would, cross a line if you said no, but they would certainly try their very best, So in some ways you had to protect yourself straight off, you know what I mean? If, you'd be better to have a bag on your head, really. But they wanted me to grow my hair really long and wear mini skirts and all that kind of stuff because they reckoned I'd look much prettier and all this stuff. So I went straight round to the barber and shaved the rest of my hair off. I had grown up in a manner which I'm sure Oprah will relate to, and I'm sure a lot of women will relate to, where it was dangerous to be a female. So I always had that sense that it was quite important to protect myself, make myself as unattractive as I possibly could, and I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, so she shaved her head because, as she said, she did not want to be pretty. She did not want to be further preyed upon by men because Sinead was abused throughout her childhood. This was something that she carried that weight around with her, and so much of what she did related back to that. Okay, and then let's watch. Okay, this is iconic. This is from a couple years ago, so recent to one of the most recent things that she did to her death. Piers Morgan kept trying to get her on his show. And so finally, she emailed him this. Hi, Piers. I think it's best I don't do your show because of the irresistible temptation I would have to point out that you're dying to be balls deep in Meghan Markle so bad it's driven you crazy, and that your dislike of Prince Harry is down to his being balls deep in her 10 times a day. It being the case that if you were ever to get near her, which would never happen, you'd last 10 seconds, and that would be that for 10 days. Sincerely, Sinead O'Connor. And it's funny because Piers Morgan actually wrote a very lovely tribute to her today. And when this happened, he kind of laughed it off. He's like, "Oh, no. I'm not obsessed with Meghan Markle. I'm obsessed with you, Sinead O'Connor." Yeah, she was a fucking queen. But do you? Okay. Now, here is the moment when she performed on SNL. So she performed Bob Marley's War. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, when you think of Sinead O'Connor, you think of her shaved head and the SNL performance that destroyed her career, but that she did not give a fuck about. This was also following her nomination, her selling 20 million, copies of her album that then she was nominated at the Grammys that she did not go to because she criticized the gross commercialization of the Grammys. So already Sinead O'Connor had been speaking out, had been deemed by people as controversial. So then this happened.
Until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned. Everywhere is war. Until there's no longer first class or second class citizens of any nation. Until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes. I've got to say war. That until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race, I say war. Until that day, the dream of lasting peace, world citizenship, and the rule of international morality will remain just a fleeting illusion to be pursued, but never attained.
So you can hear the response.
But we do.
You can hear people in the background like, what the fuck just happened? So that was Pope John III. And obviously, Sinead was calling attention to and protesting the sex abuse crimes of the Catholic Church. But even though people had come forward to talk about the fact that they were abused at the hands of Catholic priests, at this time, the famous Boston Globe report, which was the subject of the film Spotlight, starring Rachel McAdams, that was not released. That did not come out until 2002, 10 years later. So when this happened, people lost their fucking minds. They lost their minds. I mean, they were calling upon her to be, they were like calling upon, God damn it. You know what? I'm clicking on a fucking YouTube. I'm so angry at it right now. They were angry. They were very, very angry. And let me just show you what some other celebrities had to say about her. Soon after the show, O'Connor appeared at a Bob Dylan tribute concert, and when the crowd booed, she was so taken aback, she thought at first that they were making fun of her outfit. Joe Pesci threatened to smack her in an SNL monologue, and later on that same stage, Madonna mocked her in a gently condescending fashion, play scowling and ripping up a photograph of the tabloid star sex offender Joey Buttafuoco. O'Connor was condemned by the Anti-Defamation League and a group called the National Ethnic Coalition of Organizations, which hired a steamroller to crush hundreds of her albums outside of her record company's headquarters. Yeah, it's giving Fox News watchers destroying their Keurigs. The Washington Times named her the face of pure hatred. The face of pure hatred. And Frank Sinatra called her one stupid broad. I think something that a lot of people don't know about the SNL appearance is that the photo of John Paul III that she ripped up was the photo that hung above her mother's bed. Her mother, who was a devout Catholic, who, as Sinead says, sexually, physically, emotionally abused her when she was a child. So it had a double significance of not only her calling attention to the crimes of the Catholic Church, but also to what her mother did to her. I only learned today that when Joe Pesci hosted the next week, he held up a taped together version of the photo. Yeah, so this was the response to her. And like I said, 10 years later, the Boston Globe dropped their explosive piece, which detailed like the 5 different higher ups in the Catholic Church who were all involved in the cover up of sexual abuse. So this was a few days later after the SNL appearance, which again, the response to that was largely negative, decrying, that she was an evil, bad person. So this was her in Madison Square Garden, being booed. She was 26 years old, by the way. 26. Though the venue relented, she was later banned from playing there in the future. Her comments made the headlines, and radio stations pulled her music in protest. The next night, Frank Sinatra said, "I'd like to kick her in the ass." Yeah, okay, Frank Sinatra. The bastion of morality. She was later quoted in Esquire magazine, "I can't hit this man back. He's like 78 years of age and I'd probably kill him." You know what? She should have done it anyway.
Turn this up. Until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned. Everywhere is war until there's no longer first class or second class citizens of any nation, until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes. I've got to say war until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race. I say war, and until the ignoble and unhappy regime which holds all of us through child abuse, yeah! Child abuse, yeah! and bondage has been toppled, utterly destroyed. Everywhere is war.
Yeah, man. That is why I say she is a true punk queen. She said, fuck you. She said, fuck it, let me go off script and do it again. That's called doubling down. She was a protest queen. Yeah, dropping mics on these bitches. Straight up. 26 years old, you guys. Said, I can't post the full video without Twitter boost, so I had to trim out what was a full minute and a half of booing before this. Yeah, so there was a full minute and a half of booing before we got to this part. Okay. We're going to watch the Washington Post short vid on her. And then we're going to, of course, we're going to get to some of my favorite performances of her. Oh, actually, before we do that, I tweeted this response that she had. This statement by Sinead O'Connor about the consequences of tearing up the picture of the Pope. Yeah, because everyone kept telling her, you destroyed your career. Like, how do you feel about destroying your career? You just totally fucked things up. And she said, in response to, has that defined your career? Yes, in a beautiful fucking way. There was no doubt about who this bitch is. There was no more mistaking this woman for a pop star. But it was not derailing. People say, oh, you fucked up your career, but they're talking about the career they had in mind for me. I fucked up my house in Antigua that the record company dudes wanted me to buy, or that the record company dudes wanted to buy. I fucked up their career, not mine. It meant I had to make my living playing live, and I am born for live performance. So Sinead, when she broke through, they wanted to turn her into a pop star. They wanted her to grow her hair out. They wanted her to wear crop tops. They wanted her to be a pretty pop star. And she went, fuck you. That is not who I am. So her doing this move on SNL, she referred to it as brilliant. She said, it's brilliant because now they know who I am. I am not a pop star. So this is years and years later. This was from 3 years ago.
You're touring, I assume, not for money.
I'm touring to make a living, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't work for almost 5 years.
You guys, can you clear the stairs, please? We got people coming up.
Hey, don't worry. I got out of hospital last year in May. I'd been there for 7 months. I had 8,000 quid in the bank.
Really?
I had to go to work, you know?
Huh.
What am I doing? I'm doing something.
So if you're wondering why she's wearing a hijab, it's because she later in her life converted to Islam, which we will get to a little later.
Maybe that should be the other way. This one should be the other way around, I think.
Let's try take me to church and we'll see what's...
Were you nervous about going back on tour?
Yeah, I was terrified. What have I been writing love songs for? I don't want to write them anymore.
And why? Is that normal stage fright, or is that different?
First, I thought nobody would want to go to the shows. And second, I thought I was going to forget the words was my biggest fear. Because I hadn't sung them for 5 years, you know. So. But I was convinced no one would come. I was crying to my father.
Why did you think that, though? Because so much time had elapsed?
Because I had made such a public, you know, car crash at myself.
Thanks a lot.
It's been 5 years since audiences last saw Sinead O'Connor on a stage, and 3 years since her heartbreaking cry for help. A Facebook video from a New Jersey travel lodge.
So another thing about Sinead, of course, is she talked very openly about her mental health struggles. And she was somebody who sometimes I'm not a spiritual person, but I do believe that something like musical talent really is given to somebody who has suffered. And boy, did she suffer. She had a very, very hard childhood. She was abused, and she poured that into her music. But she had a hard life. She lost her son to suicide. She was constantly being misdiagnosed with her own mental health struggles. And obviously, the way that she'd been treated throughout her career, it was not something, to be clear, she did not regret what she did ever. But of course, it was hard on her to be treated the way that she was treated, especially as throughout the years, things that she protested then became the popular opinion. But it's something where you can hear, as when we get to her music, like you can just hear how angry she was, how sad she was.
I hope that this video is somehow helpful.
It's unpleasant to watch, but it's there. She was struggling, alone, and would soon return to Ireland to be hospitalized. O'Connor then virtually went silent, which is not what we think of when we think of Sinead O'Connor. She stood out from the start. She looked different, her voice was stunning, and so were her songs. And she was not afraid to speak out for what she believed was right, even if it got her into trouble sometimes.
She says she doesn't want the Star-Spangled Banner or any national anthem
played
before any.
That was another thing. She refused to let them play the national anthem before any of her concerts.
Of her concerts.
Maybe I'm wrong about this one, but didn't you also pretend you were someone else and protest
Because
yourself?
the American national anthem thing. The next gig we did was like Saratoga or whatever, and there was supposed to be a massive protest. And outside, I put on a wig, and me and my friend went to the protest, pretending that we were anti-Sinead O'Connor,
Recognized the abuse in the Catholic Church.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sinead O'Connor.
Okay, turn this up until the philosophy.
No, it didn't have to do with her not being American. She said that the Star-Spangled Banner has nothing to do with concerts. She was like, why would the Star-Spangled Banner be played just because it's a concert where music is being played?
When she appeared at a Bob Dylan tribute soon after, the crowd shouted so much she had to abandon her planned performance.
I definitely got blanked because of the Pope thing. And I don't mind that I did that. I had to do it. I was growing up, and I had to get off my chest or whatever. You know what I mean? But
in 2 minutes, we're on.
In May 2019, after getting out of the hospital, O'Connor felt ready to return to the stage. She had also converted to Islam, which is why she wears a hijab. And now she's back on the road for a 12-day, 8-show run down the West Coast.
All right, guys, you're on. Go for it.
A test return.
So was the show okay? You thought it was all right?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, good.
It's amazing.
Good.
How about, do you have any way of knowing how it goes?
If anyone was crying, I know it went well. The other way I know if it's going well is if anyone is singing along. I like
I met O'Connor as she was heading down the coast of California. All the shows were sold out. She asked to ride with us during the 8+ hours it took to get from San Francisco to San Juan Capistrano in Orange County. What do you want to do? Be out on the... So after this tour, you do one that's a little bit bigger. And do you have an idea in your brain of how much you'd want to be out on the road?
Well, I guess I'll definitely do a year. And then I'll see how I'm feeling and how much money I need to earn, you know.
There's no other way to earn money, huh?
Earn money, yeah. There's no other way to earn money.
I noticed on the tour, and this is probably because you just started back, but you don't have T-shirts and...
No, we haven't got around to any of that yet. We didn't even get around to booking the hotel we're staying in until tonight. Do you know what I mean? Yesterday in San Francisco, we didn't know where we were staying until we landed. We had no idea, so we haven't got around to merge.
It doesn't seem like you have any trouble making peace with the fact that we're driving around and you don't know where you're staying tonight.
No, I don't give a shit, actually. I know where we're playing. That's all that matters. He is singing like a guitar, isn't he?
Yeah. In 2015, O'Connor underwent a radical hysterectomy to relieve her chronic endometriosis. But the procedure pushed her into premature menopause, which went undiagnosed and unmedicated.
I was a complete maniac after the hysterectomy. I was a completely different person.
And you go to a therapist regularly?
Yeah, no, I'm not very good at going regularly.
Right?
No, but I've done 4 years in the nut house. I've done nothing but 5 years now in the nut house. That's where I've been the last 4 or 5 years. You know what I'm saying?
When you say 4 years, you mean in and out. You weren't actually physically there for 4 years.
But I was often there for 6 and 7 months at a time. I think everybody is supposed to break down at least once in life. You know, wake up.
Yeah.
I would be lying if I said I'm not someone who is carrying a lot of pain, you know, as well as a lot of joy. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to make out like, you know, being well and managing your condition doesn't mean that you're not going to feel like sometimes. It just means that when you feel like you can still get up and get on with your life, you know.
That's an important realization. It's a therapy term, radical acceptance, and it keeps her moving forward. It means that even if she's struggling in one area of her life, it doesn't mean everything needs to fall apart.
Should we move on, or are we happy enough?
Have you been writing at all?
I'm just beginning to write, but I'm buying myself some time because the last thing I want to write about is what's been going on for the last 4 years. So I want to live some life so I have something to write about. And that's how I'm different. I love my life. It's not always perfect, and sometimes I have a bad day or whatever, or sometimes I'm sad or whatever, you know, or I get anxious about shit, and life can be a pain in the fucking hole, you know, for everybody. We're all worried about money every day and blah, blah. But at the same time, I'm content, and I love my life, and I love my family, and you know what I mean? Is this it?
This is it, right there.
Okay.
We made it, right? Let's see what's going on.
I wonder how we get in. Well, we ring Walter anyway. Before I go on, I pray, and I always pray before I go on stage, and I always end up saying the same thing. I want forgiveness. I want to not cough my guts up in front of everyone. I want to not make a fool of myself, and I want to be a priest.
It's been 7 hours and 15 days.
So when I say I want to be a priest, what is a priest? A priest is hopefully, by nature, would have to be flawed, you know. But a priest is somebody by whom you know there is a God.
I go out every night and sleep all day.
That by them, you know, even though they're flawed and blah, 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 hopefully, if they're doing their job right, you feel even for 5 minutes that yes, there's a fucking God, there's some comfort in death and some comfort therefore in life. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't know what the God is, but yeah, there's something out there that responds to the human voice. I just want people to feel like they've been to church, or better, when they've been to a show.
And I can even eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant. I said nothing can take away these blues, because nothing compares. Nothing compares to
Isaiah, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Yeah, that is another thing that the pandemic took from us was Sinead O'Connor going on tour. Okay, I want to play.
We mustn't forget the fact.
Actually, I wanna. She went on the Late Late Show.
Tell me about that.
I think people assume Sinead O'Connor was not religious, was not spiritual because of her famous appearance on SNL where she protested the Catholic Church, ripped up JP the Third's photo, but she was actually a very, very spiritual person, and she talked her whole life about loving Judaism, loving Christianity, and then, of course, she eventually reverted to Islam. She uses the word reverted rather than converted because she said when she first read the Quran, she realized that she had actually been Muslim her entire life. So here's her on the Late Late Show.
That and how this.
Okay. Nothing compares. Okay, I want to watch.
And we mustn't forget the fact that children are being battered and beaten around and
Yeah, that's the point I want to make.
psychologically.
So this was on After Dark in 1995. This was a couple years after the SNL protest incident when, you know, her music had been pulled. Venues wouldn't allow her to sing there. People were protesting against her.
That for generations, families have been brought up on stories such as this one that my father told me he learned in school when he was a child. The priest stood up and said once there was a boy who wouldn't go to confession, and his priest warned him that if he didn't go to confession, he'd be burnt in the fires of hell. And this boy didn't listen and didn't believe him. And this boy died in an accident and hadn't gone to confession and didn't listen to his priest. And that a few years after this child had died, the priest said that he woke up, one night, and with his bed on fire, the priest's room was on fire, and that he could hear this terrible screaming coming, from somewhere. And when the fire was finally put out, there were found 2 little handprints in the end of the priest's bed clothes that the child had come screaming back from hell to have his confession heard. And these are the type of horror stories that the parents of Ireland were brought up on. These things were used to manipulate children for generations back. It's all about child abuse, basically. And what I'm saying is that I think that it also perpetuates child abuse in the sitting room. And the keeping silence keeps
By the
that
way,
going, so.
I must say, it takes great courage to speak up like you speak up and like you speak up. I've known hundreds of you people who have been victims. And the threat of talking up again is that people will re-victimize you.
Yeah.
And say, oh, well, it's not so bad, and why don't you let it go, etc.
Well, because in the now
rather
it
than
affects your
reforming
life.
ourselves.
Yeah. And I'm not about blaming people or attacking
No.
people, and I can see now that it's
Right.
not all the church. But what I'm saying
Right.
is that you've got to be allowed to acknowledge what's really happening so that it can be grieved. And
That's
healed.
right.
That's
Yes.
something
Sinead.
that for me in my life, people do say
Sinead.
switch off and let go. But no,
We've
because
had a
you
long
must
time to
hear
talk.
this. This is why
Yeah,
you
I
as a
want to ask
priest,
you a
you must
question.
hear this.
Yeah.
That why it affects me and why you can't just flick a switch is because, like Eddie was saying earlier on, it affects you in the now, all your relationships for the
That's
rest of
right.
your life. And that is, to me, against God. God gave us life so that we can feel alive and good and
She said, "Shut the fuck up, old man, and listen to this."
love people and love each other. But if we haven't been shown that example by the Christ figures, be they parents or priests or whatever, we can't carry that on, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah. No. You as a priest, you must hear this. All right, so another thing that Sinead O'Connor was ahead of the times with was her commentary on police brutality, on a very specific type of police brutality, which is the killing of Black men and boys. So I actually think that this is one of her most powerful songs. We're going to watch a live version of it. Black Boys on Mopeds. This was on her album, I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got. And, you know, all of her songs, if you listen to the lyrics, you're going to feel something. But this song in particular, Black Boys on Mopeds, was a big deal because, again, this was 1990. And the reason, hold on, I have the story pulled up. How this song came about, she said she wrote this haunting ballad after two teenage boys who were riding borrowed mopeds that police assumed they had stolen, were chased by law enforcement and fatally crashed. The song, as O'Connor Riley noted in a performance decades later, wouldn't make you want to live in England, basically. So based. Black Boys on Mopeds stands as one of the singer-songwriter's most profound, piercing statements, one that's gained new relevance with covers from Sharon Van Etten, Phoebe Bridgers, and Shea Rose in recent years, as Black Lives Matter uprisings have brought increased awareness to the very type of police killings that she wrote about more than 3 decades ago.
Margaret Thatcher on TV, shocked by the deaths that took place in Beijing. It seems strange that she should be offended. The same orders are given by her.
Woo!
I've said this before now. You said I was childish and you'll say it now. Remember what I told you. They hated me, they will hate you. England's not the mythical land of Madame George and Roses. It's the home of police who kill black boys on mopeds. I love my boy, and that's why I'm leaving. I don't want him to be aware that there's any such thing as grieving.
She's 24 here, I think.
Young mother down at Smithfield, 5 a.m. looking for food for her kids. In her arms she holds 3 cold babies, and the first word that they learned was please.
Have you always been a big Sinead fan?
These are dangerous days. Say what you feel is to dig your own grave. Remember what I told you. If you were of the world, they would love you. England's not the mythical land of Madame George and Roses. It's the home of police who kill black boys on mopeds. And I love my boy, and that's why I'm leaving. I don't want him to be aware that there's any such thing as grieving.
Dude, her voice, like, she's genuinely, she might be, I think, pound for pound, someone who sounds the exact same on a recorded album as she does live. All right. There are a lot of great performances. she talks about how Prince tried to fight her. Okay. To understand why O'Connor may have seen her cultural blacklisting as liberating, you have to understand just how deeply she was misapprehended throughout her career. She was still a teenager when she started work on her fierce, ethereal first record, The Lion and the Cobra, which is an amazing album if you've never listened to it. When an executive, a square unto high heaven, called her to lunch and told her to dress more femininely and grow out her close cropped hair. So she marched to a barber and shaved it all off. I looked like an alien, she writes in the book, which was the kind of escape hatch from looking like a human woman. When O'Connor became pregnant in the midst of recording, she writes that the executive called a doctor and tried to coerce her into having an abortion, which she refused. Her first son, Jake, arrived just before the album did. Later, when Nothing Compares to You made her a star, O'Connor said that the song's writer, Prince, terrorized her. She had pledged to reveal the details when I'm an old lady and I write my book, and now she has. So this profile in the New York Times, it's gorgeous. I would recommend you go read it. I will link it. Sinead released a memoir called Rememberings. And so the writer of this profile interviewed her and did a profile on her. But anyway. So in her memoir, she writes that Prince summoned her to his macabre Hollywood mansion, chastised her for swearing in interviews, harangued his butler to serve her soup, though she repeatedly refused it, and sweetly suggested a pillow fight only to thump her with something hard that he had slipped into his pillowcase. When she escaped on foot in the middle of the night, she writes, he stalked her with his car, leapt out, and chased her around the highway. Like, what the fuck? Prince is the type of artist who is hailed as a crazy in a good way. As in, you gotta be crazy to be a musician, O'Connor said, but there's a difference between being crazy and being a violent abuser of women. Still, the fact that her best-known song was written by this person does not faze her at all. As far as I'm concerned, she said, it's my song. Anyone left who is good? Yeah, this is about to piss off Prince fans. They're gonna come in here and be like, pfft. Yeah, Prince is an amazing artist, okay? But this could also be true as well. That this is what happened. So yeah, she and Prince, they were not friends. And it seems as if Nothing Compares to You, which was his song originally that she covered, which then became her biggest song of all time. This was on her second album that sold millions and millions of copies. I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got, that earned her Grammy nominations. That, like, you know, this was technically a cover. No, I have not read the memoir yet. Lucas Mucus, thank you for the 4 months. How do I avoid paying for the article? You should use Webpage Archive. He was pissed he didn't get accolades for the song. More context to the Prince story. Listen, am I saying that I know this is exactly what happened? No, I was not there. I'm saying that famously, Sinead O'Connor and Prince were not friends because somebody asked me, were Sinead O'Connor and Prince friends? Considering that her biggest song was a cover of his song. And I said, no, there's actually a wild story that Sinead O'Connor has told before. I am literally reading her words. Okay. I have talked about the fact that Sinead O'Connor her whole life struggled with mental health issues. But if you're going to come in here and be like, she was crazy,
Career-wise, this may not be the easiest day, but it is a really positive one.
Yeah.
So stick with it. Be the best version of yourself at work and rise above tricky comments or characters.
Didn't get on very well. We tried to beat each other up.
Really, Prince?
We did meet once.
Brilliant.
All night, up all day.
Prince wrote that song.
Yeah.
Did you ever actually meet Prince?
We did meet once, but we didn't get on very well. We tried to beat each other up.
Really?
We didn't get on too well. No.
You tried to beat each other up?
Well, it was more he tried to beat me up and I was defending myself. But
No.
Why?
Because
Hang on, that doesn't sound like a joke. That sounds serious.
Oh, it's not a joke, no. It's not a joke at all. It was a very frightening experience, actually. But
Where was this?
In Los Angeles. He summoned me to his house one night and I foolishly went alone, not knowing where I was. And he summoned me there because he was uncomfortable with the fact that I wasn't a protege of his. I had just recorded the song and he was wanting me to be a protege of his. And he didn't ask, but he ordered that I don't swear. 5 o'clock in the morning, we're running around his car, I'm spitting at him and he's trying to punch me. He's got a pillow that he's trying to hit me with. We're running around his car and I'm spitting across the car at him. Then I had to go ring someone's doorbell, which my father always told me to do if I got in a situation like that, you know. So he was into some pretty dark drugs.
How did it end?
You know. With me ringing the doorbell at this house, and he left.
Did you ever see or hear from him again?
No, I didn't. He had the problem was that my manager at the time, Steve Farnolli, who then died some years later, had been Prince's manager, and they were suing each other. So I think I got caught up somehow in the.
What an extraordinary story!
I know, it's incredible. I'm not the only woman that he had a go at. There are plenty of women out there if they're prepared to come out and he's dead and admit that he had one of the girls in his band was in hospital with broken ribs for a very long time. I know other girls have gone out with him that, you know.
Wow.
He really had some, but it was down to drugs. At the end of the day, he was doing some pretty dark drugs, and we all, you know, thank God I haven't done a lot of dark drugs myself, but we've all behaved crazily on alcohol or drink.
Well, unlike almost every other, and I speak as somebody with Irish heritage.
I mean, you know, the crazy thing about so Prince died of accidental drug overdose. He was actually taken to my dad's hospital where my dad used to work in Rock Island, which is on the border of Illinois and Iowa. So yeah, Prince was, you know, of course, long history of being addicted to drugs. Died of an accidental drug overdose. So yeah, what a wild morning story for a morning show. Yeah, especially one that Piers Morgan hosts. I'm not going to get into Prince's life. I just wanted to mention this as a connection to Sinead O'Connor, right? Because of the song Nothing Compares to You. Prince deranged, what the fuck? It says in the article about how she said Arsenio Hall was supplying Prince with drugs and how Prince tested her. Okay, I'll look at this. I assume this was an article that's just saying like, oh, she has mental health issues and she has lied about things. So, because there were some other people who were getting very butthurt about even any mention of this. Arsenio Hall filed a $5 million defamation lawsuit against O'Connor for claiming that the comedian supplied drugs to Prince. Okay, so she was found safe after this was back in 2016, after going missing in Chicago's north suburbs. Police confirm O'Connor went on a bike ride Sunday at 6 a.m., did not return. She was reported located around 1:45 p.m. on Monday. Police refused to release any further information. 2 hours after she went on her bike ride, her official Facebook page had a post added to it aimed at her oldest son. It's unclear what the post exactly means. I'm trying to like get the TLDR on this. The lawsuit calls O'Connor's accusations despicable, fabricated lies, and adds that O'Connor is now known perhaps as much for her bizarre, unhinged internet rants as for her music. O'Connor, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna move on from this story. I'm not going down the Prince. I'm not going to be talking about him or anything else related to it because I want to wrap this up soon too. Okay, so I could not find a cover of her singing Drink Before the War, which is one of my favorite songs and which famously she actually grew to hate because she wrote it when she was 15 and she wrote it in response to a Catholic headmaster that she had. But people all over the world have loved this song and have just felt, you know, they just have such an emotional response to this song. You might know this song, even if you didn't know Sinead O'Connor. You might recognize it if you're a Euphoria fan. So here's the scene from Euphoria season 2 where the song plays. But anyway, again, sorry, she famously hated the song because she wrote it when she was 15. She said it felt like reading your old diary. I do love this scene.
Nothing we can say will make you see. You got a heart of stone you can never feel.
She wrote this when she was 15.
You say, oh, I'm not afraid it can't happen to me. I've lived my life as a good man. Oh no, you're out of your mind. It won't happen to me.
God damn it, Will.
And I've been a strong man. But listen to the man in the liquor store. Yelling, anybody wanna drink before the war? So stop talking of war, 'cause you know we've had it all before. Why don't you go out there and do something useful?
I'll do it again, Will.
Listen to the man in the liquor store. Yelling, anybody
Wanna drink before the war.
When you live in a shell, you create your own hell. You live in the past and talk about war. When you take your
I thought I'd lost you.
but it's a life you can save. So stop getting fast, it's not gonna happen.
Ah! Anyway, I should have known that if I played Euphoria with Sydney Sweeney. Also, she's saying when you love. Yes, from the Rugrats movie. Yes. Her songs or her singing are in quite a few movies and TV shows. And it always makes the scene better because she's so fucking good. Think I'm gonna have to listen to this song tonight. I'm telling you, buddy. You sit there, you listen to the lyrics of that song. One, you cannot believe she wrote it at 15. Two, it'll make you feel something. Drink Before the War, because it's basically about knowing how self-destructive you are, knowing that like shit's about to hit the fan, but accepting it, like being aware and just accepting it anyway. Okay. I think the last... Okay. God, she just has so many, really so many remarkable, iconic performances. I think... Gonna happen. Okay, I want to play this one. I had to let it happen. Why is my computer always freezing? God damn it, this is the... Ah! Oh! Hate this PC, I hate this PC. Okay, so she has this song, I Am Stretched on Your Grave. It was on the album I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got, which again was the album that she broke through with. And it's actually a traditional, I know, I'm sorry. I'm so deaf I can't even tell when it's loud. It's based, it is a traditional Irish poem from the 1700s about a morbid love affair. The song is called I Am Stretched on Your Grave. Karakek, thank you for the raid. And then later on in her career, she would often deliver it a cappella. Because if there was one thing that Sinead O'Connor could nail, it was an a cappella arrangement. And in 2012, she dedicated it to Whitney Houston just weeks after Whitney Houston had died.
I am stretched on your grave and will lie there forever. If your hands were in mine, I'd be sure we'd not sever. My apple tree, my brightness, it's time we were together, for I smell of the earth and I'm worn by the weather. When my family thinks that I'm safe in my bed from night until morning, I am stretched at your head, calling out to the air with tears hot and wild, my grief for the girl that I loved as a child.
Truly the voice of an angel.
Do you remember the night we were lost in the the shade of the blackthorn and the chill of the frost. Thanks be to Jesus, we did what was right, and your maidenhead still is your pillar of light. The priests and the priors approach me in dread, because I still love you, my love, and you're dead. I still would be your shelter through rain and through storm, and with you in a cold grave I cannot sleep warm. I am stretched on your grave and will lie
Yeah, her control is insane.
forever if your hands were in mine. I'd be sure we'd not sever. My apple tree, my brightness, it's time we were together, for I smell of the earth and am warmed by the
Girlfriend, I mean, really. Really. Sorry, I know, all the old people clapping. It's making a step. Ever an Elliott Smith fan? Yeah, yes. I am not as, like, familiar with Elliott Smith as I am with Sinead O'Connor. Wasn't his song in, what movie was it? Good Will Hunting? Okay, I wish I could find Sinead's last... Sinead O'Connor. Yep, Good Will Hunting. Sinead O'Connor. He did the whole soundtrack. Does anyone know what her last live performance was? She was supposed to go on tour and then the pandemic happened. So I would love to watch her last live performance. I know that she performed on the Late Late Show. She did Nothing Compares to You. Singing for the Conor McGregor walkout. I don't think so. Was that it? What's the Conor McGregor walkout? Okay. 2021. I'm sorry, guys. I keep doing that. Yeah, so she sang his walkout song and she had tech problems, I think. Earpiece doesn't work. My fucking ears! Yeah, I mean, she still sounds incredible. Wait a second. I don't think that's not the right one. Yeah. Hold on. February 7, 2020. Yeah, so this would have been then before the pandemic, and she was supposed to go on tour, and then it was canceled. She was on a sold-out tour.
This is the last day of our acquaintance.
This song, I think she wrote after she was getting divorced, or she got divorced like the next year from her husband.
Somebody's office. I talk much.
Okay, no offense. Is there a version where people in the crowd are? No. God damn it! Why does it look better quality in the thumbnail?
It's been
So sad. It's all fan videos. This is how they get ya.
I go out every night and sleep all day. Since you took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing, I said nothing can take away this blue.
I mean, she sounds so good, man. History will just be a collection of fan games. Rest in peace, Sinead O'Connor.
It's been so long without you, like a bird without a song. Nothing can stop these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby.
Yeah.
You see, I can put my arms around every boy I see, but they only remind me of you. I went to the doctor. Guess what he told me? Guess what he told me? He said, girl, you better try to have fun no matter what you do.
I love that she has her eyes closed.
Cause nothing compares to you.
also wanted to end. I wanted to end with Sinead O'Connor performing at the end of her life, you know, instead of at the beginning of her life. Beginning of her life, of course, she's incredible. And she's still a legend, but because she's wearing her hijab here, because this is how she, you know, wanted to be seen, how she identified. She spent her life searching for peace. Still barefoot, yeah. Love that. And I hope she finally found it. Thank you so much for this stream. You're welcome. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for joining in on this Sinead O'Connor tribute. You're gonna binge her music this weekend? Hell yeah. When this is done, I'm gonna send you guys to Lord Spew. Tomorrow, I will be streaming. I do have a dermatologist appointment in the morning, so I might not have my face on camera, but we'll see. But I will be back tomorrow. Tonight was a great stream, banger stream. Allah shall give her peace, inshallah. Yes, yes, yes. We love you, Sinead O'Connor. Thank you for everything. And I'm sending you guys to Lord Spew. I will see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night.